So after about 14 hours across 4 videos, what else could I possibly have to say about Fallout 4? As it turns out, quite a bit actually. In this video I'll be covering Fallout 4's additional content, in particular, Vault Workshop, Automatron, the Creation Club, Nuka-World, and Far Harbor, as well as some general commentary on the other Workshop DLC for this game. I'm going to say up front that, in general, I didn't pay much mind to the Workshop DLCs. They do add some sorta neat things to build if you already like the system, but overall I just never felt they were worth my time and didn't bother. It's worth pointing out a couple things in particular that I find irritating, however. First is this concrete set of items. Well, they look decent in comparison to most of the default building sets and even other DLC sets. The problem is a pretty insane oversight in how these function with everything else. See, because these walls are very thick, that creates an offset when snapping other objects to them. This results in an issue where either the walls are impossibly hanging over the edge of floor pieces like this, or if you place them properly on top, it screws up your ability to properly wall in your buildings without a tedious and obnoxious solution. Essentially, as far as I've been able to find, you cannot make these walls flush with the floors or platforms they're placed on, unless you waste extra materials to build extra walls below them when they overhang. This is ridiculous, and I don't know why the fuck Bethesda thought this was a good idea to ship. Secondly, DLCs are the only way to get mannequins from an official source. Just as a reminder that they were part of the base game of Skyrim, and with Fallout 4 you have to pay extra for a DLC to get them. There's a lot of people who play these kinds of games that like to collect special items and decorate their in-game homes with them, even in games that don't allow much room for this. People did this kind of thing even in Morrowind without mods, where they'd collect items, take over some poor NPC's home, and display their items on tables and shelves. It makes sense that even in Fallout 4, the people who are passionate about this game in particular would want to do something similar, especially with the ability to build settlements. Is this the biggest issue the game has? Not by a long shot. I just think it's a poor choice on their part, that something that should have been part of the base game, especially with the emphasis on settlement building, is locked away behind a DLC you might not want otherwise. Another thing to mention is the substantial price increase of the Season Pass for Fallout 4. Initially it was $30 US, and it was later increased to $50 US, with Bethesda's explanation being that they expanded their plan for the DLC. Rather than getting a similar amount of substantial DLC content to either Fallout 3 or New Vegas, what we got instead was 3 Workshop DLCs, the Wasteland Workshop, the Vault-Tec Workshop, and the Contraptions Workshop, a 4th Workshop DLC disguised as a smaller DLC, Automatron, and 2 actual full-size DLCs, Nuka-World and Far Harbor. And keep in mind too, that this price increase was before all the DLCs were released, and it was unclear what form they would take. Judging by both Fallout 3 and New Vegas, it was totally reasonable to expect 4 to 5 decently sized DLCs that add additional story content, especially given the price increase of the Season Pass. Ultimately, it feels like a cop-out that Bethesda spent time on what largely amounts to settlement building resource packs, as opposed to another fully fleshed out DLC or expansion, like those of previous games. Especially considering that what little story content both Vault Workshop and Automatron have to offer are absolutely pathetic. There's also the fact that settlement building as a whole doesn't contribute much to the game, especially if you're not into this system at all. It's worth highlighting that not only is Bethesda consistently outdone by modders in scale, quality, and quantity of content, they also thought it fit to charge you a whopping $50 for it, and much of what you get, as mentioned, amounts to settlement building content that should properly have shipped with the original game. Starting off with Vault Workshop, this is probably the most bizarre of the DLCs for Fallout 4. You get a distress signal coming from Vault 88, which has a raider base built on top of it, and they're trying to get into the vault. The Overseer can be heard over the intercom telling them they can't break in, and once you kill the raiders and open the door, she asks for your help. As it turns out, Vault 88 was not only unfinished, it was barely even started when the bombs fell, and what little there is of the vault is in ruins. The Overseer is a ghoul, and all other humans that were there at the time of the bombs dropping, presumably Vault-Tec staff and construction workers, have all either died or are ghouls who have gone feral. Aside from that, the deeper areas of the cavern are populated by mole rats and mirelurk, and the main cavern has plenty of objects for scrapping to give you materials to start with, as well as plenty of vault-themed items to build with to build your dream vault, I guess. It's really the story segment of the DLC, as well as the whole idea of constructing a vault post-war that are the problems. Tackling the easier of the two problems first, it once again speaks to the absurd magical abilities of the player that you can construct a pre-war tier vault for people to live in, but no one else in the world has the ability to build anything like this for their own survival. I don't normally use phrases like ludonarrative dissonance, but this is a good example of it. Here we are in the post-apocalyptic wasteland where everyone lives in either a crap shack or in the ruins of pre-war buildings 210 years later. Yet you, the player, have the ability to craft an entire vault to pre-war quality and standard through the magic of the settlement building system by smashing tin cans and bags of concrete together. There's already quite a bit of strain on the suspension of disbelief on the settlement building system, given you could craft generators that just run forever with no fuel. But this is made exponentially worse with Vault Workshop, as this basically means you could just straight up build entire new structures that would be insanely useful for, you know, rebuilding the world in a post-apocalypse setting. A lot of times in games, you just have to deal with and accept certain game mechanics for the sake of it being a game. There's no such thing as a health point in real life. You don't get skill points to distribute as you please in real life. That's fine, that works for a game. However, there's a point where mechanics can cross over with the world building and the story, and this is a case where that becomes an issue. Day-to-day survival is an issue for people. Getting the basic necessities to survive is extremely difficult. Safety and security are seemingly a luxury most people can't afford, or can't make for themselves. But apparently making a super fortress with all the luxuries and necessities and defenses needed is so easy a goddamn caveman can do it. As for the actual construction of a vault as a place to live, I suppose I don't mind it. In fact, it makes sense to want to live in a vault as long as it doesn't have some crazy experiment in it that will kill you. It's rather disappointing we haven't seen another settlement like Vault City, which built a livable area outside their vault but still uses the actual vault area. As for its story, well, it gets bad pretty quick. The Overseer still wants to perform the vault experiment, even though it's been over 200 years, and the groups that would get use out of any data from an experiment vault are either gone, or don't care anymore because it's not useful to them. Now, a lot of vaults are built around what their experiment would be. For example, in Fallout 4 itself, there is Vault 81, which is still active and has a secret half of the vault, where scientists would search for cures to illnesses and diseases using the people of the front half of the vault as their test subjects. There's Vault 19 in New Vegas, which split residents into two different groups and keeping them mostly separated from one another, including having two overseers, one for each group, and made attempts to invoke paranoia in each group towards the other. Point is, these vaults are typically built around serving the experiment planned for each individual vault. Now, Vault 88 was clearly never finished. There is no specific experiment it's built for. Rather than there being any kind of long-term overarching experiment or goal for the vault, you instead get a short questline featuring 4 small experiments, and they really drag this shit out. Before anything else though, the Overseer wants you to build the Overseer's desk, and when you do, she's over the moon for this because she's wanted it for so long. She's practically worshipping the damn thing. In fact, she will say Overseer's desk by name multiple times, to the point it comes across as though it's a goddamn product placement. In fact, this whole entire DLC gives off a vibe I'll explain more in depth at the end of this section. Anyways, the Overseer needs some test subjects for her vault, and we get 3 settlers interested in joining. The only one of any real note is Clem, who's clearly written to be an adorably naive and stupid character. I just found him irritating. He's gonna be our test subject for most of these experiments. Experiment number 1, the exercise bike. The Overseer explains that working out and keeping physically fit above the bare minimum is a waste of time and energy, and Vault-Tec has come up with a solution, an exercise bike that will generate power for the vault. This is already inane and stupid for multiple reasons. Rather than attempting to treat this seriously at all, we dive straight into wacky and stupid cartoon bullshit immediately. Remember that many vaults are terrifying places where tragedy, pain, suffering, death, inhumane experimentations, and so forth tend to take place. Vault experiments are typically not a good thing, even as presented in Fallout 4, yet here we have a piece of official content treating them like a complete joke with stupid cartoon logic applied to it. This experiment is also stupid and pointless, because any amount of energy generated by an exercise bike would be absolutely minuscule as compared to the massive reactors these vaults tend to have. It's like the equivalent of adding a shot glass of gasoline to a 60-gallon tank. So you build the bike and set the parameters. You have 3 options, with 2 being cruel and dastardly Vault-Tec experiments, and the other is the obvious good choice where the test subject isn't needlessly tormented or even killed. You could set the bike to shock the user if they get too slow, in which case, why the fuck don't they just get off it if it's causing physical pain? This option has a chance to kill the user. The second option will administer buff out to the user to increase production. This doesn't produce as much energy as the previous option, and it has less of a chance of killing the user. The final option doesn't really do anything. In fact, the buff out option and the peaceful option both generate 2 power to the settlement, meaning there's no real reason to take the buff out option. Also, in an experiment about avoiding waste by harnessing exercise, how is the tiny amount of extra power generated supposed to make up for having to expend high-end medical products? Was Vault-Tec planning to provide Star Trek matter replicators for generating the infinite supply of buff out pills needed to keep the scheme going?
Tea Earl Grey hot.
You have to wait an in-game hour for Clem to complete his usage of the prototype before moving on.
I'm so bored.
Me too, Clem. Me too. I feel like this is largely padding for some reason, as it takes excessively long, but I suppose you could just build your dream vault in the meantime. Upon completion of the experiment, regardless of which of the 3 options you take, all of the equipment will explode and get destroyed, making Clem ragdoll across the room. I'm not sure why it does this, even on the peaceful setting, but it's well established at this point that logic isn't this game's strong suit. So it's now canon that Vault-Tec is capable of building nuclear reactors that run by themselves with no maintenance for centuries, but can't build an exercise bike that doesn't explode almost immediately. Good job, Bethesda. Also, they reused the animation for Clem riding the bike for all 3 versions, which include an animation segment where he appears to be suffering in some form. That works for getting shocked slightly or maybe being under the effect of drugs, but it doesn't work for the non-evil choice. Experiment number 2. The Drink Machine. The second experiment involves a soda fountain being used to put drugs into the vault's residents without them knowing. You could choose from appetite suppressants, mood enhancers, or regular old caffeine. The suppressant is ridiculous.
You here to check up? I got a customer right here. Didn't see you at dinner.
I had a pee. 1 pee. I'm stuffed.
Well, if you want another drink...
Sure. Maybe that'll help.
And the mood enhancers make your vault dwellers sound and act drunk. Funny, sure, but what's the point? At least the soda machine doesn't explode, so that's something, I suppose. The quest also has you go through a dungeon full of enemies who are all going insane because of a chemical leak. Just more padding in a DLC that is largely padding for a game that is mostly padding. Experiment number 3. The Eye Machine. Hey, it's eye exam day, with subliminal messages, mind reading, and actual improved eye care as the options. Okay. If you give a proper eye exam and actually help your prospective vault dwellers, the overseer complains about it, saying happy residents don't improve the vault's effectiveness, and that you're pandering to them, which isn't the case since helping them see better also helps them do their jobs better. This is apparently supposed to feed into our view of the Overseer as a clear-cut villain, but this is just the most cartoonish of motivations. And she never gets any better either. Meanwhile, neither of the other 2 tests work at all, other than causing some minor pain to the victim. Given how the bike machine blasted its rider across the room, I was half expecting something dramatic like their head to explode. But I guess Bethesda didn't want to bother the player with having to take another 5 minutes to recruit another settler. Experiment number 4, the Slot Machine. The last experiment is about exploiting gambling habits by rigging a slot machine, and the choices are just not very well thought out. One setting lets the player win constantly, but Why? In game design terms, this is a setting that makes your vault dwellers happy, sure. Right up until they all have $1 billion in winnings and none of their money is worth anything. That's an outcome you'd think would be an actual vault experiment about economics, but the Overseer is just annoyed by its existence.
You do realize the lost revenue parameter loses revenue, right?
Another setting is the exact reverse of this. The player never wins, which just makes the machine pointless, especially as there appears to be nothing that compels them to keep playing. In actual gambling, even though slot machines are rigged to pay out less often than they don't, they provide at least the hope of winning, which is how players get addicted in real life. This machine would just get ignored by everyone in the vault before very long. Incidentally, even though the slot machine produces properly randomized outcomes of both winning and losing, these don't have any effect on the experiment, so you get ridiculous outcomes like the player claiming to win when they lose, and complaining about constantly losing, even when the bells are ringing to signal a win.
I win again.
It's just one more jarring narrative-breaking detail in a game full of jarring narrative-breaking details. Oh, and the cherry on top, there's one more experiment for the slot machine. Customer profiling. It, takes photos of whoever's playing it, and occasionally insults them.
Did the machine just say degenerate?
That's it, that's the entire experiment. No idea what it's supposed to prove or accomplish. As should be obvious by now, none of these experiments really have any point, except to be funny haha mad scientist content for the player to goof around with. While New Vegas' Old World Blues DLC gets some criticism for its wild and wacky mad science vibe, at least in that instance everything Big MT was working on had a reason to exist within the context of Fallout's pre-war world. But within Fallout 4's context, Vault-Tec never had a plan for any of Vault 88's experiments. The R&D notes accompanying each experiment make clear that they were just being cruel for cruelty's sake and calling it science. The Overseer's dialogue lines do nothing but reinforce this impression, and by the end of Vault Workshop's very short story, nothing is even done with the data you've collected. Instead, there is one option where the Overseer leaves to distribute the schematics for the 4 machines to other vaults. But why? You've already run the experiments, so it's not like other vaults need to do that. If you do the nice thing using the machines to improve the lives of vault dwellers, the Overseer gets pissed off and storms out of the vault, leaving everything behind. What vault would have any use for any of these gadgets if they were set the way the Overseer wants them? You can also convince her to stay on as Overseer for Vault 88, but then she becomes just another settler you can assign to do jobs like any other. You can't even assign her to do whatever a Vault Overseer would do. Ultimately, the Vault Workshop barely qualifies as a DLC, with virtually meatless storytelling bones lying on top of what's really just a Vault-themed sandbox. Bethesda might as well have made a bunch of terminal entries and left out the Overseer NPC completely, letting players get right into the sandbox side without having to deal with her tedious demands. Now, I want to talk about a problem I have with this whole DLC, and that's the bizarre tone and how this DLC is damaging to the world of Fallout. I've often called Bethesda Fallout a theme park with a Fallout coat of paint, as have many others. This is before the DLC came out. That's literally a theme park with a Fallout coat of paint, by the way. Fallout, under Bethesda, doesn't exist to explore ideas or tell deep and interesting stories, or even try to impart good morals upon you. Fallout, under Bethesda, is all about cheap entertainment and nothing more. It's no longer a world with depth and thought put into it, but a series of cheap set pieces in which the point is to gun down scores of mindless goons, creatures, and automatons. Because of the shallowness that permeates through these games, it leads to almost every aspect of them feeling super artificial, hence referring to them as theme parks. I don't feel like I'm part of a living, breathing world. I feel like I'm on a theme park ride waiting for the next automated monster prop to spring out of a wall. Vault Workshop represents what is arguably one of the absolute worst instances of this happening in these games. You get a vault to play mad scientist in, but no actual long-term experiment was thought out. Instead, you have a handful of cheap and simplistic tests that are ultimately shallow, idiotic, and pointless, and most of all, you don't need a vault for. For anyone who actually wants to go the evil, maniacal, mad scientist route, you're gonna be left sorely disappointed by these 4 cheap carnival games that don't really do anything. It turns the whole idea of vaults into a complete farce, because the intent isn't to learn about human nature, or to achieve any particular goal no matter the human cost, but to be cruel and evil purely for the sake of it, and for no real gain. The DLC is practically nudging and winking at you nearly every step of the way, with even the description logs of each test getting frustrated at the team that isn't being senselessly evil like the other 2. I think the problem comes down to the fact that the very idea of this DLC in this game is an oxymoron from the very premise. A big part of Fallout 4 is taking care of your little ant farms and making sure they're happy and employed and safe. But then you get a DLC where the intent is to do the total opposite, at least until the tests are complete. The point is to make them suffer, hurt them, and even kill them through these cartoonish experiments, when that's completely at odds with what you're supposed to do with your settlements in the base game. As a result, there can be no long-term experiment, because that would result in your little ant farm dying out, therefore wasting all of your time building a big-ass detailed personal vault to house a few dozen NPCs. So instead we get these little mini-experiments in an attempt to fulfill the role of the nefarious Vault-Tec experiment angle, without going all in on the idea because of what an insane contradiction it is to the whole system. Then because these mini-experiments are so simplistic and shallow, you have no real incentive to go the evil route because it doesn't provide enough benefits to be worth considering, especially in relation to the damage they do to your settlement. And that's what I mean when I say the whole vibe is off and that this DLC is damaging to the world of Fallout. Vault-Tec being evil and nefarious no longer has a point or purpose in the world. Now it's a little more than an in-joke that the game is playing along with in the most blatant way possible, and it's not gonna let you forget it either. It's not treated like a horrifying reality of this world that people are experimented on, and in many cases we're essentially more doomed than those on the surface who had to face the full brunt of nuclear hellfire. Now it's just yet another goofy, wacky, unserious joke, where the punchline is nothing more than look at how cartoonishly evil they are. A problem that has only gotten exponentially worse with each new Bethesda Fallout game is how increasingly flanderized this entire franchise has become. This is something I've had to talk about many times now, and it's something I'm going to have to keep talking about, because there's no signs of it slowing down. But Fallout has become a parody of itself, and stuff like this is the reason why. For some reason, Bethesda can't seem to take a majority of this franchise, its world, or lore seriously. You'll get the rare moment of quiet contemplation, or a shocking dramatic twist, both of which are always undermined by the abysmal writing surrounding it, but more and more and more the entire setting of Fallout is being turned into an utterly clownish, unserious joke, where nothing matters, and I'm so beyond fucking sick of it. The reason this is worth reiterating here is because this is just another instance of this happening. It's part of the long-standing pattern of Bethesda not treating anything seriously and just doing the dumbest shit possible. I feel that needs to be pointed out every time it happens, specifically to establish this pattern of what Bethesda has been doing. To describe Automatron as a complete, thorough, and inane waste of fucking time would be no less than the objective truth. Yes, I do realize that this also describes pretty much all of Bethesda Fallout, but I felt saying such was useful here. What we have is approximately 2 hours of menial tasks and shooting things, as is the well-established pattern with Bethesda Fallout content at this point. Automatron is technically a workshop DLC, in which the main point is that you can build robot companions for yourself, for some reason. What could be better than starting off a new DLC with an escort quest involving a chatty new companion, leading you to a new villain's lair with a surprise twist, just to make a callback to a goofball throwaway character from a previous game that next to no one liked to begin with? Well, pretty much anything, really. But that's what you get with Automatron, which, besides having a short yet yawn-inducing storyline, also includes game mechanics for making brand new pre-war robots at a high-tech workbench. On top of that, you can also mix and match robot parts to make custom variants. That may sound cool on the face of it, and taken entirely without context, it kind of is. Taken with context, it retcons most of the previous Fallout games regarding how hard it supposedly was to even maintain or repair a robot, let alone make a new one, being as that technology of this level was virtually annihilated in the aftermath of nuclear Armageddon. In fact, part of the Wasteland Survival Guide quest in Fallout 3 has you reprogram robots to your advantage as a bonus objective, which was nothing more than activating a pre-made routine that happened to be useful to you within the dungeon. The whole point of that section of the quest is that taking advantage of old tech is difficult and limited to the people of the Wasteland. Only the high-tech factions like the Brotherhood of Steel or the Enclave still possess the ability to do anything more than reprogram existing robots for new purposes. But there's no such narrative depth on display in Automatron. In Fallout 3, as goofy as the Mechanist story was, literally just someone LARPing as a comic book superhero, at least it was a bit more grounded as a concept. The Mechanists had taken over an old robot repair facility, which itself was pretty broken down, and all he could really do was use it to fix and reprogram existing robots to do his bidding. He couldn't make new ones or modify existing ones, despite being a lifelong robotics geek, because he was limited by post-war scarcity. In Fallout 4, Automatron does away with all those established limitations to the point of adding in a new raider gang who, you guessed it, act exactly like any other raider gang, except now using robots slapped together from scrap parts. In the Rust Devil's home base, the robot workshop uses standard weapon and armor workbenches, with no sign of high-tech manufacturing of any kind. They're also constantly referenced as being both stupid, and yet somehow also vaguely technology literate, to the point of being confident in figuring out how a RoboBrain's machine interface works. They're even able to extensively modify existing robots, such as Ahab. These were things that a competent and intelligent geek with a dedicated pre-war repair facility couldn't do in Fallout 3, but now a bunch of semi-competent psychopaths can get by with just a drill press and a hammer. At the same time, no one else in the Commonwealth exhibits this sort of capability, whether or not you have Automatron installed, even though it would be incredibly useful and even profitable for them to do so. This damages intelligent tech-savvy factions prior to the DLC, who for some reason have not made robots. It makes unintelligent factions suddenly into wasteland geniuses, and even damages Bethesda's spectacle. Deezer and Covenant becomes less unique and entertaining when anyone could just have robots that do whatever they want. By completely trivializing the creation of robots from literal scrap, and being able to build insane murder machine robots on a whim, it breaks a narrative element of the world that people are struggling to get by and have any kind of worthwhile defenses. A bunch of brain-dead raiders can do it, but Diamond City relies on regular people and a couple of turrets. Most other settlements have nothing. Also, not just defenses. Settlements could forego manual labor if they could just pump out robots with scrap. They could use the robots to scavenge for more materials. They can use them as guards for caravans, or for people spelunking into dungeons for resources and materials. But no, it's not even a consideration. When adding something to a world, you have to consider the widespread ramifications it has on the characters, narrative, and world building. A couple of classic examples being the Holdo maneuver and force healing in the Disney trilogy. The Holdo maneuver tells us that hyperspace ramming could do an absolutely absurd amount of damage, but then it makes no sense that this was never done before this moment. As for force healing, ignoring video games, it's invented by Rise of Skywalker to save someone from a lightsaber stab through the gut, when there's another character that could have used this amazing power in the past to save his life. An example within Fallout that I've talked about in this very video series is how existence of Kid in a Fridge and Eddie Winter not needing food or water effectively retcons the bad ending the Ghouls of Necropolis got in the original Fallout. This is why new elements introduced late into a series can so often break the world, because these elements are often shoved in with little thought or consideration as to how they affect everything else. Automatron is a prime example of this problem. wherein creating effective and deadly robots is trivialized to the point that it's destructive to all past and future entries of Fallout that don't account for how simple it is to create robots for defense, security, or even offense. So easy a caveman can do it. If raiders can do it, literally anyone can, but no one does. Well, nobody except you, the player. As soon as you complete Automatron's first quest, where you intervene to save one robot from a bunch of other robots, you're just given the ability to craft a high-tech robot workbench where you can make new robots from scrap, as well as modify existing ones. This workbench looks like pre-war tech, but nothing like it appears anywhere else in any other Fallout game, and we never learn anything about how the caravan came by it. In fact, it only appears in-game in one location, and we'll come back to that later. Unfortunately, by rescuing the robot, you also obtain the robot, Ada, as a companion, who will lead you through one boring dungeon slog after another, on the usual sort of breadcrumb scavenger hunt that Bethesda so loves to repeat, but this time in robot flavor. Now before we get too deep into this segment, it should be noted that Automatron is one of the few occasions where Bethesda doesn't seem to screw up existing Fallout lore. Aside from what's already been mentioned, that is. The surprise twist mentioned earlier is that the Mechanist's lair is actually one of the factories where Robco, General Atomics, and the United States military were collaborating to research and develop robo-brains. Now it's a bit difficult to find all the relevant information, but as far as I can tell, and thanks to significant help from Calbeck for helping find this information, a lot of the lore for the robo-brains was sparse from the original games, but interesting to note is that Van Buren, the original Fallout 3 that was cancelled before Bethesda's acquisition, delved into the lore of the robo-brains a lot more, and as far as I can tell, Automatron is actually pretty faithful to what the Van Buren developers were originally writing. The lore they wrote told us that robo-brains were the earliest successes in creating cyborgs, matching living human brains to robot bodies. There were still many kinks being worked out when the bombs dropped, and only limited production had been achieved to that point. Automatron doesn't deviate from this basis much, if at all, and does a pretty good job of fleshing out the details of how robo-brains work, how they were produced, what was wrong with them, and what was being done to try and fix those problems. All of this is also set against the backdrop of notes and interviews from people involved in the project, with most of them having widely different views on the ethics of sawing someone's skull open, yanking their still living brain out and stuffing it into a jar. I do believe in giving credit where it's due. I'm actually impressed that whoever wrote this DLC, despite the rest of the problems it had, still went so far as to look up Van Buren lore and ended up canonizing it, and remaining pretty faithful to what was there. I can't find who actually wrote this DLC, but IMDb says that it was ML. Now that could just be default information because he wrote the base game, but if he actually did do this, then he still deserves credit for it. So, good job ML, please do more of this in the future. I don't mean for that to come across as a backhanded compliment, but, I mean, really, please stick to the lore in the future. And if ML wasn't responsible for this, then good job to whoever actually did it. Now none of this is to say that Bethesda didn't do at least one major lore-breaking thing, and this time not just by being sloppy. In one of the many holding jars you can find around the facility, there's a super mutant head, which is even wearing one of their helmets. Everything else you see in a jar is pre-war, except the super mutant head, and there's no explanation whatsoever for how it got here. Someone had to put it there deliberately, as they also did with a normal pre-war stag's head and a ghoul. Thanks Bethesda, way to fumble the ball before crossing the goal line. Now on to the actual sequence of events you experience. The DLC starts as most other Bethesda Fallout DLCs, with a radio signal. You go to the location of the distress signal, and as already mentioned, you fight off a horde of robots to save another robot, Ada, who becomes your companion for the DLC, and gives you the ability to build a robot crafting station. You'll be forced to use this in rather short order. Your goal is to find and stop the Mechanist, and Ada tells you that her group had seen some of the Mechanist's robots at a dungeon, and maybe that you can get some information from them. This naturally leads to a short dungeon, where you kill a bunch of enemies until you loot the required quest item from the dungeon boss. Ada tells you that it's a radar beacon, and you need 2 more so she can figure out where the Mechanist's base is. For the second radar beacon, the game sends you to a random location where a bunch of robots are just spawned in, and one of them has the beacon on it. You then find out that the final beacon is in the Rust Devil's base, which as you guessed, is another dungeon where you do nothing but kill enemies. Not content to leave Fort Hagen as Kellogg's base from the base game, an additional section has been added onto it purely for this faction. Towards the midpoint of the dungeon, you find Jezebel, the robo-brain extracted from the rest of its body. She has the item you need, and you essentially have to rescue her, and listen to her insult you as you fight your way out of the second half of the dungeon. After getting Jezebel's brain out of Fort Hagen, you have to build her a new body using the robot workbench, after which she explains why the robots she has been controlling attack everyone, while also shouting about how they're here to protect the Commonwealth. It's extremely stupid. You see, Jezebel was tasked with helping the people of the Commonwealth, and she decided that help means destroy, because she also decided that there's no point in prolonging a laughably fragile life. And when pressed, Jezebel gives a definition of the word help that goes directly against her idea of straight up murking people. She then continues in this vein by running what she thinks is the math. Humans she helps, without killing them, have a 25% survival rate. According to her, that's such a low number that she might as well just kill them all and put them out of their misery. Besides the fact that this still doesn't approach any definition of her programmed instructions, the survival rate for humanity has been pretty low for most of its existence, and yet, humanity rose to develop robots such as Jezebel, which you'd think would be obvious to something with a functioning brain. Nonetheless, she calls you an idiot if you don't agree with her absolutely bonkers excuse for logic. There have been plenty of sci-fi stories where artificial intelligences decide that the most logical thing they can do is commit genocide, but framing it as helping humans is one of the dumbest arguments for it I've seen. Highlighting the stupidity doesn't stop it from being stupid either. As usual, and as practically becoming a catchphrase on this channel, lampshading a problem doesn't make it not a problem. Now that we have everything we need, it's time for the last part of this miserable quest line. Remember when I mentioned that the robot workbench only shows up in one place in the Commonwealth, aside from being in possession of Ada's caravan? Yeah, this is that place, and you don't see one until you're past the site's lockdown defenses, which a mechanist has activated to stop you. But the caravan never made it here, and according to the holotapes you could pull off its dead members, they originally came from outside the Commonwealth to begin with. So where did they get their super special military-grade pre-war workbench from? The final dungeon is the RoboBrain research and development site, which was still trying to work out the bugs of RoboBrain production when the bombs dropped, and the entire site locked down in response to the nuclear detonations. The problem here is that the lockdown did nothing to keep the mechanist out of the facility. There are multiple points where a device called an MSAT is required to get any deeper into the facility, including at the very start. But aside from it being a mod you could put on a robot to open these specific pre-war barriers, there's no explanation for why it exists or even what the acronym means. The mechanists would have needed to find or build an MSAT to put on their personal pet robot, Sparks, in order to get inside to begin with, much less make it to the master control room and take over the facility. You get your own copy of the MSAT schematics from Jezebel after you rescue her, but as she appears to have been built by the mechanist, this explains nothing. Where did the caravan get its robot workbench, so that Ada could give you its schematics so that you could build the robot parts needed to get into the facility? Where did the mechanist get an MSAT robot mod so they could get into the facility? Just shrug and don't question it, because if either of these things didn't happen, then neither would the events of Automatron. The dungeon itself is a slog. I'm sure you can already guess what I'm going to tell you. Lots of shooting, lots of killing, no role-playing. I suppose the only thing of note is the stupid cartoon doors you have to go through. Back in Fallout 3, the mechanist in that game had a secret room he was hiding in, and you had to open the hidden door. This door seemed to be a reference to cartoons and comics where something super sensitive is hidden behind several complex security doors. At best, it's a cute reference and not too bad on its own. In Automatron, you have to go through 7 of these fucking doors. Each time you have to use your robot companion to open them, and you have to sit and wait while the door plays its full animation each and every goddamn time. They seem to serve as little more than speed bumps to prevent you from bum rushing this huge dungeon too quickly. Now what better way is there to end a DLC for an RPG than to really chew into your RPG choices and mechanics and using your character build to reach an interesting and satisfying ending? Oh wait, no. You get locked in an arena where you have to kill waves of robots until the facility shuts down because it's been overloaded. I don't know how a 2-hour-long DLC can overstay its welcome, but Automatron managed to do so quite easily. Once you beat the waves of robots, you can confront the mechanist directly, and this encounter is pathetic. Essentially, she thinks you're the evil cartoon villain doing mean and evil things because you're destroying her robots, which she sent out to help people, but didn't realize they were killing people instead. I mean, fair enough, how should she know that the robots would interpret saving them to mean killing? It's almost like this is some shit-ass writing on display here. Now you could kill her or let her live, and either way, this last section of the dungeon becomes a building area for you, and the DLC is over! You get the Mechanist costume and she becomes a Radiant Quest vendor, how wonderful. Overall, the DLC is a complete waste of time. Unless you like mixing and matching random robot parts to build a robot, in which case, you'd still need to go through the story content to do the Radiant quests to unlock most of the different pieces you'd want to build with. The story content is completely worthless, and has no depth or substance. It feels like they brought back the Mechanist as a cheap and lazy callback to Fallout 3, to add to the pile of lame callbacks to that game, only to give you the twist that the Mechanist is actually just a dumbass autistic girl who, similar to the superhuman Gambit quest in Fallout 3, seems to play the role of a corny, campy comic book character in what feels like a mockery of superhero stories, rather than being sincere.
Speaking of Morrowind, did you know that Bethesda's first PC user mods in 2002 were for the Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind? 15 years later, Bethesda continues to support the mod community. There have been more than 300 million mod downloads for Fallout 4 and Skyrim Special Edition. And we're just getting started. In 2017, Bethesda is going to shake things up again.
Bethesda Game Studios is known for creating open living worlds with seemingly limitless gameplay content. But what if there was another way to experience even more? Something all new. Introducing Creation Club, a collection of new game content for Skyrim and Fallout 4, including new weapons, new armor, new outfits and accessories, new crafting and housing features, even new gameplay enhancements. Using Creation Club is easy.
Oh fuck, yeah.
Browse the selection in-game.
I hope it's not going where I think it's going.
Use credits to download right there. Your new content will appear automatically.
Oh fuck, it is paid
Creation
mods.
Club content is made by Bethesda Game Studios and outside developers, including the very best community creators. These outside creators work hand in hand with Bethesda Game Studios, which means all content will be fully compatible with
So
your
it's
save
not
games,
bad enough they make
achievements,
modders fix
and
their
different
their
add-ons.
shitty broken games. Now you have to
Creation
pay
Club
them
is
to do
coming
it.
this summer. on
Unfucking
PlayStation
believable.
4, Xbox One, and PC.
And PC. Well,
Creation
fuck
Club.
everybody.
The worlds of Fallout 4 and Skyrim just got a little bit bigger.
The Elder Scrolls Legends is another way to explore
Bethesda Land kinda fucking sucks.
Taking you
I
beyond
don't want to go on the
role-playing
paid mods
experience
roller coaster
and
again.
offering a unique strategy.
Oh, you can't get off the ride, chat. The ride never ends. Once you're here forever.
The Elder Scrolls has given
Yeah,
tens
Bethesda
of
Land is on
millions of
fire.
fans
That's
just
a
like you
accurate
the
portrayal
chance
of
to
this
live
fucking
another
shit show.
life in-
Oh boy, the Creation Club. I'm disappointed the community didn't push back against this harder, but I'm also not sure any amount of pushback would have made Bethesda backtrack on this at all. As I've mentioned before, anytime Bethesda gets into a big controversy, at most they'll release some empty platitudes if we're even lucky enough to get that, and they just put their head down and power through, ignoring backlash and criticism, and they wait for it all to die down, and this is usually one of my prime examples of such behavior. But first, some history. Back in April of 2015, Bethesda and Steam had partnered up to introduce the feature of paid mods for Skyrim. I assume it was done at this time, in order to normalize the idea of paid mods by the time Fallout 4 would release later that year. This system was reviled almost immediately, for the obvious money-grubbing nature, unjust revenue split, poor implementation, and seemingly low quality control. After just a few days, the shop was shut down, purchases refunded, and paid mods seemed solidly dead. Now, I'm not totally against the idea of mod creators being paid for their work. There's definitely an argument to be made that certain mods should be paid for, such as the real big community mods where years of development and effort goes into making something substantive. In fact, something like this has kinda already happened with Black Mesa, the fan remake of the original Half-Life, which went on to become a full-on game in its own right. Big projects like that should earn money from their work, especially if the rights holders are fine with it. But that's not what we got here. With the Steam paid mods, it opened the floodgates on low quality mods, re-uploads of other people's mods, and other smaller mods that added a few items, and so forth. It essentially became microtransactions for a single player game, which is cancer. After the fall of the Steam paid mods market, it would be 2 years until Bethesda would try this again, this time under the guise of the Creation Club. Smelling money on the table, there was no way they were going to let it go without a fight, or more accurately, just doing it and ignoring criticism and backlash, because they didn't have to rely on anyone else who might back out and cause a shit show to collapse again. At E3 in 2017, they announced the Creation Club, and there was again backlash. There are many people referring back to the initial paid mods disaster and criticizing this new system for what it blatantly was. Microtransactions, complete with buyable currency for the in-game market in a single-player game. I don't know if it still works this way, but back in the day I had heard that mod makers were paid an upfront flat fee, and Bethesda would keep anything made on sales. Bethesda made a weak attempt to combat two main criticisms against Creation Club. The fact these were again paid mods and trying to get around that label, and that as DLC, they should be a part of the Season Pass. Bethesda knew the label of paid mods was now completely toxic due to how their previous attempt failed miserably, and was a huge embarrassment for them. The very fact they were trying this again opened up all those old wounds, as anyone with a brain saw the Creation Club for what it was. Pete Hines, when trying to distance the Creation Club from paid mods, even said they're like mini DLC at one point, which again raises the issue of the Season Pass. He then tried to say that this is something entirely new. It's not DLC, it's not paid mods, it's not microtransactions, it is Creation Club content. But his invented phrase that distances from toxic labels doesn't change the fact that this is the worst of both worlds, as paid mods and microtransactions. Microtransactions often cover purchases for in-game equipment or cosmetics, which is what the vast majority of the Creation Club mods are. These are usually seen as more acceptable in free-to-play games, though they're often manipulative to encourage spending hundreds or even thousands of dollars. One bit of credit that can be given to Bethesda is that the Creation Club isn't quite as degenerate as the worst free-to-play mobile games or the shit that EA or Activision Blizzard engage in. Credit where it's due, it is just a storefront to sell this crap to people. Mostly. From what I understand, some of these mods are cycled in and out, but some always seem to be there. As far as I know, they haven't attempted any kind of fear of missing out or manipulation on any of these add-ons by having them available for an extremely limited time and never again, though I did see some items while browsing that said they're only available for a limited time. I don't know if that's part of the cycle structure or if these mods will never be available again. That said, this is still an absolute cancer that must be rejected. Regardless of whatever Pete Hines or his replacement as head of PR says, these are microtransactions through and through. Microtransactions can barely justify their existence in good online games, but normalizing paying for weapons and cosmetics in single-player games is not something we should ever accept or allow, especially when they're as low quality and out of place as these are. Having acquired a bunch of these add-ons, I decided to go through them to see what they're like, and I wasn't impressed. In fact, I did a stream looking at a sizable chunk of them, and there was only one I actually liked, which was the customizable vault suits, and even then I couldn't justify actually paying for it. Many felt completely out of place in the world of Fallout. I'm not even referring to the BFG or the horse armor. I more so mean some of these player homes that outright feel like you're stepping into the pre-war world, despite the fact you could see the ruins of the modern wasteland outside. It is jarring. I don't want to be too mean here, because these are player-made mods, and as standalone mods, outside the context of the Creation Club, they're mostly fine. Modding is often a big topic with these games, and one I rarely ever touch upon, because I find the discussion of how moddable these games are to be completely irrelevant to the discussion of the games, because once you start piling mods onto the game, you're no longer criticizing what Bethesda is directly responsible for.
On the desk is a folder with the Sunset Sarsaparilla logo on it, but what's strange about this folder is if you zoom in, the folder is labeled Brotherhood of Steel History Files. I've looked at all of the folders in this Sunset Sarsaparilla headquarters, and they all say Brotherhood of Steel History Files.
Yes, it's an old clip, and he has acknowledged that he fucked up, but this is exactly the reason why I don't generally mod the games I'm covering, unless I'm doing it for a joke, and not actual criticism, and don't discuss modding as a whole. Further, I just generally don't care about mods. What one person installs into their game does not impact me in any way. So far as I'm concerned, it's extra irrelevant. So if someone makes a mod for a beautiful luxury home or apartment for Fallout 4 that doesn't look like it fits into this world, it really means nothing to me one way or the other, because I don't have to experience it, and those who want to can go download the mods as they please. The problem with Creation Club in this regard is that it is official content. This is being sold by Bethesda in the game, in their in-game market with their in-game currency that you pay for, and that absolutely changes the discussion. Now they have gone on record to say that most of the paid mods on Creation Club aren't canon, but that itself is a problem. Why is the company who made the game selling content on their official marketplace that is not canon to the game? While it is true that I don't have to experience it in the same way as a similar mod that can be downloaded, the fact that it's Bethesda doing it is a problem for me, because I don't think the company that literally made the game should be selling extra content for the game that isn't canon to the game it's a part of. It ends up being a bunch of superfluous garbage that doesn't mean anything. Bethesda wants to have it both ways. They want to get their cut of the value that mods have, despite the absurd longevity of their games being owed to mods in the first place, which has insane value to them as is, while at the same time not wanting to damage their world by trying to conveniently section off anything that might be seen as too immersion breaking. This is despite, by the way, that their games are extremely immersion breaking on a base level due to the awful quality, especially when it comes to the writing and world building. At the very least, there should be clear labels on what is and isn't meant to be taken as canon. One final note before I get to quickly reviewing some of these paid mods is the fact that Creation Club turned Fallout 4, and I believe Skyrim and even Starfield, into bloatware as well. For some reason, most of the content of these mods are downloaded to your game, and as a result, Fallout 4 updates as the mods cycle in and out on the Creation Club, which has been a source of annoyance for many people due to it breaking their existing mods outside of the Creation Club. But with that out of the way, let's get into quickly reviewing some of these paid mods. Now obviously I don't have access to everything they've ever sold on the Creation Club, nor would I review every single thing on there even if I did. There's not much point in reviewing the dozens of weapon, power armor, and Pip-Boy paint mods, when they're all basically the same. Same thing goes for the many variations of dog that you can get through the Creation Club. That said, I have it on good authority that if you do get all of the dog mods, your quest log will be spammed with a unique quest for each dog you can find. First up, and easiest to talk about, there's some items that just get dumped into your inventory as soon as you load the game, such as the Prey Suit or the Doom Marine Armor. I don't really have much to say about these because they're just kinda there. I suppose it's better than having a lame quest that just directs you to the item in a container just sitting there, like the Chinese stealth suit, which is just put into a container in an existing location. Now these were some of the earliest paid mods, and the restrictions have loosened up a bit since then, but I can't help but feel that this is kinda lazy. There's others that follow this pattern too, where you get a quest to go kill a guy to get the item, prototype Gauss Rifle or the BFG or the awful looking Hellfire Power Armor. Similarly, the Skyrim helmet and sword require you tracking down a couple of clues to find them locked in a washroom. Next up, also an early mod, was Horsepower Armor. People saw this as Bethesda taking being memed on for Oblivion's horse armor and stride, being a good sport about it, but they're still selling a mod for an ugly suit of power armor that is horse-themed. Also, legit question, does anyone actually genuinely like and use this mod? This thing makes a horse whinnying sound every time you enter it. It just seems like it would be annoying to deal with, and it seems completely pointless. But how about something with substance? There's a paid mod that lets you return to the Capital Wasteland from Fallout 3. Isn't that neat? Well, it's only one very small area from Fallout 3, but you still get to revisit something you recognize. This paid mod is about a 15-minute quest where you go to the Galaxy News Radio Plaza, kill some Talon Company mercenaries, who are fighting good fighter mercenaries, and this gives you some access to some clothing and armor items from Fallout 3. 3-Dog is missing, and the good fighter mercenaries, which is an oxymoron, become generic settlers who you can send to your settlements.
You wouldn't happen to know of any good places to settle around here, would you?
Yeah, I've got a place nearby. It's in Boston. Now, I didn't want to be too mean about some of these paid mods, but this one did irritate me quite a bit. The anti-material rifle paid mod doesn't just drop the item into the game world for you to find, nor does it do a quest where you go retrieve it from a container somewhere. This paid mod gives you a quest that sends you to several locations including the Museum of Witchcraft, Diamond City, and Concord. Now this being the anti-material rifle mod, you'd think the quest would be about leading you to the anti-material rifle, right? Well, no. For some reason you keep finding these pages torn from a magic book that tells each person's story who reads the pages. It comes across as a really lame creepypasta written by a 14-year-old kid. The quest extends long beyond getting the rifle, which is what the mod is supposedly about, to have you hunt down a few additional NPCs who each have pages of this book that tells their story. It comes across as a bit pretentious and full of itself. It seems like the main focus was the story relating to this fucking magic book, as opposed to the gun that the mod was supposed to be about. Also, I just don't find the anti-material rifle itself to be very impressive either. Moving along to the Zayden Arsenal, you find a farmer and a dead Brahmin. On the farmer is a note talking about how his Brahmin have been getting kidnapped by aliens. Yes, we're really doing this tired old trope that South Park parodied back in their first episode in 1997. You take an item from the dead Brahmin that he was going to release back into the wild, and as you approach where the other Brahmin are, you see a flying saucer dropping off aliens who turn hostile. Hey, go back to Mexico. You kill the aliens, loot their weapons, find one of their shock sticks from Mothership Zeta, and place the dead Brahmin's item as a memorial near the other Brahmin. I'm so beyond sick of alien bullshit being pushed in these games. Next we've got the Captain Cosmos Power Armor. This paid mod adds a unique power armor set and weapon as well as a dungeon to go through. The dungeon is more or less your standard affair and I don't really have much of a problem with it. There is the issue of the lore behind the items being that the US government brought in equipment to be used as props for a cross-promotion with the in-universe fictional character of Captain Cosmos. But it also naturally raises the question of why would they go through the lengths to make a brand new full-on set of power armor, complete with jetpack, for a promotional video or commercial or whatever they were doing, when it would have been cheaper to just make a costume. By the way, this random promotional set of power armor is one of the strongest in the entire game. Let's talk about a few houses, in particular the Shroud Manor and the Noir Penthouse. These locations actually look really good and unique, and in a bubble, I like them. Unfortunately, they do not exist within a bubble. It becomes completely bizarre and immersion-breaking to look around this beautiful, immaculate condo, only to look out the window to see the low-poly ruins of Boston outside. While Shroud Manor doesn't have this exact problem, it does have the problem of being in a similarly unusually clean and undamaged house, only to step outside into the ruins of Boston. If this were a mod on Nexus, I wouldn't even consider this a problem, but as content being sold by Bethesda, I think this is a problem. Because whether or not you say stuff like this is non-canon, being official content sold on the in-game marketplace helps push the boundaries for what should and shouldn't be in these games. Both house mods have an associated quest to unlock them as well. Shroud Manor has you find a key and kill some Triggermen and everyone living at the house. The Noir Penthouse has you find an Institute Courser and complete his mission of killing 2 runaway synths, who are both conveniently hostile enemies, a gunner and a raider, so there's no moral question of killing them for a house. Though I am left baffled at the idea of an Institute Courser needing a fancy luxury condo as a safe house, especially one in a building occupied by super mutants. Logic has never been Bethesda's strong suit, and I suppose that applies to some other modders as well. Another house mod, the Charleston Condo, is the least egregious among the ones I've tried as far as immersion goes. While it's certainly a lot nicer looking than the rest of the wasteland, it isn't over the top. It's something that I could imagine existing within this world if someone put in the effort to clean up a relatively undamaged building. The Tesla Cannon has you downloading information from Gunner Pip-Boys until you track down the signal perfectly to its location and fight a dude for the Tesla Cannon. Finally, VR Workshop adds a VR pod, where you can have a build space with large build allowance and no need for materials, though they can't be connected to the real world. You could spawn in virtual people to be your town NPCs, and that's about it. You can do the grid, you could do the glowing sea for some reason, you could do the GNR Plaza, which I don't know if that's available for having GNR mercenaries, or if it comes with the VR Workshop, and you can have a supposedly tropical island. To end off, I'm going to cover the Enclave pack included free with the next gen update. Since it's technically Creation Club content, it's just free and forced onto you whether you like it or not. The Enclave pack, for the most part, is just a mod that haphazardly shoves the Enclave into a game that is not designed to have them in it in any capacity, and ends up feeling cheap and forced as a result. You get a quest to either investigate a destroyed caravan, or alternatively, an Enclave hit squad comes after you for completing one of the other paid mods that involves Enclave items, such as the Hellfire Power Armor or the Tesla Cannon. Either way, you're then sent to one of their outposts to get information from a terminal, which leads you to what appears to be their base of operation in the glowing sea. The building they're in doesn't even protect from radiation. Why are people whose primary trait is caring about their genetic purity hanging out in the most irradiated place in the wasteland? They don't seem to be doing anything of substance here. They're just kinda hanging out, complete with off-brand Colonel Autumn. Huh, he looks a bit familiar. What I find to be the most egregious part of this, though, is the fact that Bethesda decided to force this low-effort, poorly thought-out trash content on everyone. It's the Enclave returning, for no good reason, for them to do basically nothing and look like a bunch of idiots. If this is meant to set up their return in the inevitable Fallout 5, well, this is a sad way of doing so. I also find it hilarious that in the past I've criticized Bethesda for constantly reusing factions from the original games, in particular the Brotherhood, Enclave, and Super Mutants. In particular, I've said no matter where the next game is set, these factions will appear, whether it's Canada, Australia, or the Moon, and here we have Bethesda essentially retconning the Enclave in the Fallout 4 in a cheap and lazy way 9 years after the game's release. In this particular case as well, I'm viewing all of this as canon. You cannot force content into my game and also tell me that it's non-canon. The luxury apartments, the Prey and Skyrim items, I have to go out of my way to get those, so at least there's some legitimacy to the claim that they're not to be taken as canon. The next gen update forces this particular Enclave content into the game whether you want it or not, so I'm absolutely going to treat it as though it's canon, and as new canon Enclave content, it's fucking garbage. As mentioned, Fallout 4 wasn't built with the Enclave in mind, as evidenced by the fact that they don't appear in the base game, nor any of the DLCs. Shoehorning them in nearly a decade later with a shitty outpost and a shittier outdoor dungeon is pathetic and nonsense, and they never should have done this. To close this section out, the Creation Club is, through and through, awful, and nothing more than Bethesda being cheap and money-grubbing. Many of the mods I experienced are immersion-breaking or lore-breaking, which Bethesda write off as non-canon. They're full of member berries with no substance. Some are lazy or gimmicky, and ultimately, I feel it worsens the experience of playing a video game because it is so antithetical to gaming. I've long had one hell of an axe to grind with microtransactions, and I especially hate that they exist in single-player games. An infamous example being the Lord of the Rings game Shadow of War, having to be entirely rebalanced when they finally ripped out the microtransaction system for that game because it was designed around pushing you to spend money to progress in a single-player game. It's the same reason I despise most phone games. While Bethesda hasn't done anything that degenerate with their mainline games yet, the inclusion of a microtransaction paid mod shop in their single-player games is absolutely beyond the pale and reeks of unchecked greed. The Creation Club should be rejected at every turn. Things will never improve as long as people keep mindlessly accepting this bullshit. It always leads to the companies in control pushing the bounds constantly. But more importantly than anything else, I don't like the blurring effect it has on the canon of these games. There's already a big enough problem with Bethesda constantly changing, retconning, and destroying the lore on a whim, and seemingly without a care in the world. Fallout, a once serious franchise, is seen more and more goofy and silly, and this is something Bethesda plays into, and shit like this, even if Bethesda says it's not canon, can still affect public perception. Just look at what's happened to Call of Duty. It looks like Fortnite now. The depths in the title of this section is ironic. This game has no depth. While Nuka-World is the last DLC we received for Fallout 4, I'm talking about it before Far Harbor, because Far Harbor is supposedly the best part of anything this game has to offer as a whole. At least, that's what I've been told. Now, as bad as the base game was, nothing really prepared me for just how bad this DLC would be. Nuka-World is the epitome of creative bankruptcy. This whole DLC feels like a cobbled together pile of garbage, because they overpromised on their DLC and wasted resources on crappy workshop DLCs rather than making anything substantive. Worse yet, this whole DLC feels like it was designed just to waste your time. There's little to nothing of substance here, and what little substance it does have is awful. Nuka-World seemingly takes a criticism of Bethesda's Fallout games being a theme park with a Fallout coat of paint, and turning it into an actual theme park with a Fallout coat of paint. Worst of all, it doesn't really tell a story. It doesn't feel like there's any point to it. It doesn't feel like there's any enthusiasm behind it. It really does feel like a piece of crap that was cobbled together to meet the bare minimum of what was promised for the season pass. And after finally finishing Nuka-World, I feel like there's a solid argument to make that this is the absolute worst piece of Fallout content, aside from the Amazon show, which is considerably worse. Nuka-World is an exercise in utter tedium and testing your patience with its stupidity. You find a man injured at a train station, and the details are honestly worthless. It's a trap to send you to Nuka-World. He's a slave they're using as bait, but you can kill him. Credit where it's due, the game has some dialogue to reflect this extremely minor choice, but as is standard for Bethesda, this choice has no other impact. Once in Nuka-World, you find there's only one way to go, through something called the Gauntlet. This is a long, tedious section and it's filled with various traps, and people like yourself are sent through it for the entertainment of the Raiders of Nuka-World. How do they view your progress through the Gauntlet? No idea, since there are no cameras. Don't think about it, forehead. At the end of the Gauntlet, you're essentially told you're being put into a fight you have no chance of winning. See, the leader of Nuka-World, Coulter, has magic power armor that grants him immunity to all damage somehow, because it's connected to the power grid. No, I'm not making this up.
Look, you made it this far. You obviously got skill. But this fight coming up is rigged. You get me? Over Boss Coulter. His power armor's set up to draw energy from the electric grid in the arena. Damn thing's invincible. You name it, someone's tried it. Miniguns, grenades, not a scratch. You get what I'm saying?
True to description, he is immune to all damage, even the blasts of mini-nukes somehow. The only ways to kill him without doing what the game tells you are either through glitches or things that developers didn't account for, such as using your crit meter repeatedly in VATS to deal a minuscule amount of damage to him until you kill him. Even if you do kill him in this way, the game doesn't acknowledge it because it's not supposed to be possible. The only way to kill him legitimately is in the way the game expects you to, and that's by using a water gun to short out his immunity, during which you can do damage to him. I've complained about how railroaded you are in this game, but this encounter perfectly epitomizes what is wrong with modern Bethesda's designs. They were more interested in showing off their badass boss character than allowing the player any amount of freedom in a game series all about choice and freedom. You have no option but to accept the help of this random raider you don't know and have no reason to help or trust in order to kill this lame-ass boss character who is immune purely thanks to the power of awful writing and game design. I think it's absurd and insanely contrived to just invent this magic power armor that makes you completely immune to all damage just because it's electrified. Electricity wouldn't stop bullets, much less mini-nukes or the resulting radiation. It's just pure style over substance. Upon his death, you're declared the new leader of the Raiders of Nuka-World just like that. This is naturally complete nonsense, but it's done for the sake of this gimmicky DLC, because I guess they couldn't come up with a better reason for you to become the leader. And as leader of these three factions of Raiders, your job is to do menial work for them. Essentially all the shit you're supposed to be ordering them to do. But before I get to that, a detour. I did say this is a game about choice, and a surprising option is available in the form of wiping out the raiders and freeing the slaves. This is naturally shallow and pointless. It essentially ends the DLC immediately, and you're directed to a random merchant in the market who basically says thank you and nothing else. Any RPG worth its salt would have a whole other section dedicated to this path, fleshing out these characters, helping them reclaim Nuka-World, much like the Raiders wanted to do, and so on and so forth. At the bare fucking minimum, there would be some kind of discussion or exploration of how you've won freedom for these people and how they're going to rebuild. who is going to lead them, what the society they build looks like. No such luck on either front, it's just over. Gage, who is your optional companion for the DLC, as well as your second in command, will explain to you that the three raider gangs don't like each other much and you've got to unite them. The reason they work together so far is because Coulter managed to convince them to put aside their differences to take over Nuka-World, because it's somehow an impenetrable fortress and as such, a hyper-valuable resource. The value of a theme park made largely out of plaster as a defensible location seems a bit exaggerated here, especially given the actual design of the park. Their impenetrable fortress consists of a total of 6 zones, including the one already inhabited by the raiders at the start. Each zone is walled off, but also separated from each other, with no gates to close them off to prevent outsiders from getting in. So you've got 6 walled areas that are completely disconnected from one another, and all otherwise sitting out in the open and easily accessible. Sure, they might be easier to defend in some ways, but they're in no way as defensible as the game makes them out to be. Anyone with a slightly organized and decently large force would have no problem sweeping through and wiping them out. Gage explains that after taking over the small area of the park they currently control, Coulter basically stopped caring and started the gauntlet to keep the raiders entertained. Basically, he saw the supposed value in Nuka-World, then didn't try to actually claim it at all. The 3 gangs and Gage got tired of this and set up Coulter to lose and die in his next cage fight, and to make the new winner the new leader, because no one else wanted the job. Yes, this is exactly as stupid and contrived as it sounds. Your optional companion, Gage, will repeatedly tell you that he doesn't want to be the leader because it puts a big target on your back, and he prefers to be the second in command, as if that's a good enough explanation on its own. Gage is just a raider equivalent of Preston Garbage from the base game. He has goals or a vision in mind, but doesn't want to do it himself, so he'll push you into a leadership role to do all the things he wants done, complete with capturing settlements. They're 2 different flavors of the same kind of stupidity. The only real reason any of this exists as it does is to fast track you to being the leader, even though it's complete nonsense. Also, I don't know where Coulter or Gage fit into this whole thing either. They feel like randos that don't actually belong to any of the 3 raider factions, as they have no crew of their own. Anyways, you're told to introduce yourself to each of the 3 factions, the Edge crew, the Furries, and... I got nothing for the 3rd faction, they're called the Operators in-game. This is Bethesda's lame-ass attempt at creating unique identities for the raiders, and none of them are great. The pack are obviously animal-themed and look like a bunch of idiots. They cover themselves in pastel colors and dress up as animals, even dressing up some mannequins as animals too. They're literally just furries. When meeting with their leader, I had this lovely soundtrack drowning him out for most of the conversation.
You might make it out of here alive after all. Name's Mason. That's Alpha. This here's our side of town. You might be overboss, but I'm the boss of the pack, and it's gonna stay that way.
The disciples seem to be sadists or whatever. Their whole deal is being edgy. They also look like complete idiots, including their leader, who wears this ridiculous helmet. I can only assume this is what her vision is like. Someone should drill some holes into her helmet so she can see.
Oh no, my brains.
Much like everything else in this game, the best is a winner by default, and that is the Operators. They want to make money, and recognize the theme park was designed to take money away from people pre-war too. They seem less like a raider gang, and more like some kind of organized crime gang. They're honestly not bad for what they are, and they're the kind of thing I might like to see expanded with a better writer. Unfortunately, much like everything else Bethesda does with these games, all 3 raider gangs are incredibly shallow and are based more around gimmicks rather than giving them any kind of proper identity. Just for a point of comparison, New Vegas had both the Great Khans and the Fiends. Both are raiders of a kind, and both have very different identities. The Khans don't raid so much anymore at the time of New Vegas, but the raids on caravans and settlements is what led to the NCR tracking them down, resulting in the Bitter Springs Massacre. They're a tribe of people with their own beliefs and customs. The Fiends, on the other hand, were a group of hyper-violent drug addicts. There's very little organization to them, and they were constantly written to be brutal and remorseless. Point is, the identities of these 2 factions weren't just a costume, it was core to who they were. The 3 raider gangs of Nuka-World feel like throwaway characters. It feels like they exist to fill space. You barely ever have to interact with them after talking to the leaders of each gang for the first time to introduce yourself. In fact, each of them mentioned that you could do some jobs for them. In a better game, in a better RPG, these would be unique quests to explore the mentality, culture, and beliefs of each raider gang. Instead, they all just become Radiant quest dispensers. You either die an underdeveloped character or you live long enough to give Radiant quests. Either way, due to the way it's handled, the three main raider factions that this DLC is all about end up feeling like side characters at absolute best. I think the reason they've got these distinct styles is mainly so you can tell them apart when one of them betrays you. After meeting them, you're told what you've got to do for the majority of this expansion. There are 5 sections of the park that need to be secured and assigned to your 3 raider factions. I think you can already see the problem this will result in. But in typical Bethesda fashion, the raider gangs just sit around and do nothing while you do all the work for them. The vast majority of the main story of this DLC is clearing out the park on your own, or with a companion, for the raiders you barely ever interact with. The whole point, or so I thought, was to be a raider, but here you are doing new shitty flavors of the same thing you've done 1,000 times already in the base game, but this time you're a raider, apparently. Which means little to nothing when clearing out feral ghouls, giant lizards, bloodworms, robots, and mirelurk. As for the zones, you could do these in any order. I did them in the order of how I covered them on stream, essentially counterclockwise. Starting with the Kids Zone. It's an amusement park type area with various rides that are somehow still running over 200 years later, and is infested with feral ghouls, and an intelligent glowing one. Oswald the Magnificent. Now before I get into what can laughably be called the story of this zone, I do want to focus on the fact that these rides all still work after 200 years. In fact, 2 points about them. First, and more quick to deal with, is that many parts of the park as a whole just don't function at all, because the main power for the park is shut off. Trying to start the Ferris wheel, for example, you're told that it will not work without power. That makes sense. Until you realize that not only that some of these rides have been running for 200 years straight, meaning they're getting power from somewhere, but also the fact that their control panels to turn them off give you the same message as well. It's once again a case of Bethesda wanting their cake and eating it too. All the obstacles and hazards they want to use are just running and can't be shut off because the main power is down, even though that's contradictory and makes no sense. Next up, and on a very similar note, there's the fact that not only do these rides still work after running continuously for 200 years, but there's other rides in the park that have been inactive for 200 years and will start up once power is restored. The problem being that this doesn't make sense in the first place. A lot of machinery and equipment need regular maintenance to continue running properly and smoothly without damaging the machines. For instance, most cars need regular oil changes to prevent damage to the engine and other moving parts due to friction. In fact, most machines need oil or lubricant of some kind to keep running. Additionally, there's just general wear and tear. A lot of moving parts will wear down over time regardless and will need to be replaced. Otherwise, the machine could get damaged, potentially catastrophic damage if not taken care of in time. Parts rust, loosen, become less effective, and so on and so forth. Without even touching upon Bethesda Fallout lore, nothing should be working in this place. They should be destroyed due to running to the point of failure. They should be locking up due to centuries of rust and lack of maintenance. Nothing should work. But then we get the issue of Bethesda wanting their cake and eating it too, once again. Remember, we constantly see in holotapes and terminal logs that apparently every company pre-war was cartoonishly evil to the point of absurdity. They're always cutting corners and seemingly trying to break every safety rule and human rights issue as though it's a contest. In Nuka-World itself, we learned that the company uses military-grade robots complete with active weapon systems as repurposed amusement park mascots. So it seems bizarre to me that on one hand you'd have companies doing all this evil shit and constantly being cheap to the point of regularly costing people their lives, and yet on the other hand making machines so insanely high quality and efficient that they can run for over 200 years straight without maintenance of any kind. No parts that need to be replaced, no oil to lubricate the machines, nothing. This is kind of the big problem with how Bethesda has done their world building with these games. They're constantly telling you one thing while showing you another. We're constantly told how cartoonishly incompetent and stupid and evil everyone was pre-war, and yet you have high-tech robots still functioning after 200 years. You have complex machines running for 200 years straight. You have seemingly an unlimited amount of energy after a resource war about energy that ended in a nuclear apocalypse. This is, once again, what I mean when I say these games are a theme park. They're ideas that are loosely cobbled together to form an interactive experience, but where nothing makes any amount of sense. They want completely contradictory things to be simultaneously true, so they can have their post-apocalypse wasteland theme park without any of the natural consequences living in such a world would have. Society has been gone for 200 years? Well, the lights are still on and most of the old world locations have power, water is still running, even if irradiated, and most necessary resources to basic survival are either not a concern or barely mentioned, if at all. Most of the world remains unlooted, primed for the player, when the only way most people in these games presumably survive is through scavenging old world buildings. In fact, many of these places are still inhabited by robots on security patrol, or by the workers turned into ghouls, as if no one has been to any of these places since the bombs dropped, when most times there is no good reason for this. Raider, local mercenary group, and super mutant populations outnumber friendly characters by a ratio of at least 5 to 1, but are often treated as nuisances at most, as opposed to the existential threat they are. Bethesda is generally pretty decent at building physical worlds to explore, but they are utter dogshit at actual world building, which frequently becomes a knock-on effect to the entire rest of the game, or even franchise. Anyways, after the bombs dropped and the park staff started getting ghoulified, Oswald sent his girlfriend out to find a cure. Spoiler, she fucking died before even leaving the park. Oswald claims to care about the park staff who he calls his friends, but he uses them to defend this area of the park. He even thinks painting them is what's scaring off the raiders. For some reason, these brutal gangs of raiders apparently couldn't deal with a couple dozen ferals. All throughout your time in the park, Oswald is taunting you near constantly with repeated voice lines and it's fucking obnoxious. This is one of those big gaming sins that should have been left behind in the early 2000s, and we're still dealing with it a decade later at the time of Fallout 4's release. Infinitely repeating lines, with only a handful of variations, gets obnoxious really quickly. It's like if a boss fight only has 2 or 3 lines that you have to hear about 24 times during the fight. Getting back on track, to take control of the area you have to deal with Oswald and his ghouls. This requires you to go through areas of the park, such as the funhouse, and it's just as tedious as it sounds, and it all feels like a pointless waste of time. There's the funhouse, where the mirrors don't work. It's a Bethesda game, so I wasn't expecting much, but I'm still disappointed. This is one of those things where if you can't get it to work, you should probably just leave it out of the game. There's some spinny tunnels, a small jumping section, and an MC Escher room, and that's about it. Much of the design of this place is idiotic and just further pushes the idea that everyone pre-war was a fucking moron. You get up to the control room and Oswald taunts you again before disappearing. There's a basement area where Oswald is painting a ghoul. This is where we get the exposition that he's painting them to scare the raiders.
What are you doing out of costume again? You know Nuka fires people for breaking character. Yes, of course, I'm kidding. But seriously, the clown makeup helps scare the invaders off, and there's a new one in the park. No, I don't think that's going to work this time. There's something different about this one. See? I can do that too. Now, stop squirming. Sorry. I know you can't help it. We just have to hold out till she gets back with a cure. Then we'll drive the raiders out and get the farm back in order. We'll fix this. I promise. There. Back in character. I need to prepare some more surprises for our visitor. So I'll leave you to find your way out.
It's worth noting how absurdly cheap this comes across as, too. If this were a good game, or even a good DLC, this is the kind of thing I could maybe ignore. But it's worth pointing out here how fucking awful this is. Oswald painting the ghoul consists of them both in their idle animations, just standing there, and in the ghoul's case sometimes crouching down randomly. But I suppose since Bethesda is a small indie studio with only 12 employees, we should just give this a pass. Finally, there's the first boss battle with Oswald, in which we basically learn that magic now exists within Fallout.
I can tell you're different than the usual invaders. so I'll not bother with the usual tricks and illusions I use to scare off the superstitious. When the bombs fell, everything changed. We changed. Somehow, I received a gift. Actual magic. The stuff of legend. Perhaps you'd like to see some.
No, nice try, asshole. But I'm still standing.
Sorry, but I'm not going out that easily. The show must go on!
Now, since people had trouble with this on my videos on ML, yes, I'm aware psychers exist, but psyker abilities and actual magic are two different things. While some ability sets may operate in a similar manner to magic, the difference in how it's treated and portrayed within the world. Fallout was a fairly grounded series, until Bethesda saw all the jokes in Fallout 2, and based the entire future of the franchise around that, as if that was the true identity of the series. This is a problem because it has resulted in the ever-increasing clownification of this series, and Oswald and his magic bullshit here is another instance of this. Worst of all, he's a Trojan horse. He's a foot in the door for this shit, which ML has already gone on record saying he wanted to do.
Because Salem, when I think Salem, I think witches. I actually lived in Salem for a while. We thought, well, maybe we'll actually have characters that can act like witches, but they're using radiation to sort of like, you know, use powers that look like witchcraft, kind of like the X-Men or something, right? And we'll do that. We'll leverage Skyrim's magic system, right? Because we still have it in the code.
Whatever criticism I may have for Oswald, there will likely be someone to come along and argue that it's fine that he does this because he's an illusionist, he's a stage performer, and he's a glowing one. So his ability to escape locked rooms, straight up fucking teleport, and bring ghouls back from the dead are all explained away by the fact that he's a ghoul stage magician. But it's really not. First of all, Oswald himself describes his abilities as actual magic. As a stage performer, he's surprised to find that the tricks he used to perform are now actual magic and not just tricks. To preempt a possible counter, that he thinks it's real magic because his brain is deteriorating, he's fully lucid and aware on everything else. So I doubt literal brain rot is making him think his illusions are actual magic, and I haven't found anything to support this idea in-game. Further, the teleportation is actual teleportation. He's blipping out of existence in one location and reappearing in a new location, as proven by the fact that he teleports out of rooms with only one exit, and without using that exit, and further proven in the boss battle with him, in which he repeatedly teleports across the room. Worse yet, during his final boss fight, when he reappears, his health has been restored, which is really annoying. You essentially have to kill him several times until he finally actually dies. As for bringing ghouls back to life, this is an issue so insane and absurd, I'm surprised I haven't heard people complain about this before. Glowing ones have the ability to emit a burst of radiation. This is beneficial to ghouls because they're healed by radiation, but ghouls are still living creatures. They're not undead. They are not zombies. Hell is not full, and the dead are not forced to walk the earth. Whatever biological processes within a ghoul that allow it to heal when receiving radiation will not be functional when they're dead, much in the same way that the biological processes within our bodies that heal us when we're injured cease to function when we're fucking dead. The inclusion of this insanity by extension means that resurrection is now possible within this universe, and for that alone this entire game should be decanonized. Fallout is basically a fantasy series at this point, all about mindlessly killing things. Any actual substance or depth to the world or characters or stories is gone. Bethesda takes the most superficial aspects of Fallout and blows them up to be the only thing that matters, while what Fallout was actually about has been gutted and dumpstered. Remember that in his speech, ML says that Fallout is about 1950s Americana, which speaks to his dire lack of basic comprehension when it comes to the series. Saying Fallout is about 1950s Americana is like saying Star Trek is about lasers. That's how bad this is. Remember too that he described himself as the Fallout guy at Bethesda.
But really, I've been known as the Fallout guy, sort of. My first big gig at Bethesda was as lead designer and writer of Fallout 3, and then most recently Fallout Shelter, which just sort of came out of nowhere and was a big hit for us, and in Fallout 4, the most recent thing I worked on.
I'm going to keep saying it as long as it remains true. Fallout was a series about choice. about factions conflicting and interacting with one another, in Tim Kane's own words, about the morality of the post-apocalypse. And under Bethesda, that core of Fallout has been reduced to nothing more than superficial lip service. Case in point, Oswald Oppenheimer here. Yes, that is his full name. Talking him down just gets him and his ghouls to leave. There is no actual compromise or intelligent discussion. It's a speech check to make him go away, and the entire rest of the section of the park is just mindless killing. There is no exploration of ideology or belief. There is no reconciling opposing views. There is no depth or nuance. It's a ghoul who has been living in the park for 200 years for some reason, and you can either kill him for being a nuisance, or speech check him into getting out of your way forever. Same with the next section I'm covering, the Nuka-Cola bottling plant. It's a dungeon flooded with Nuka Quantum, where you have to kill dozens of Mirelurk inside the plant, about a dozen outside the plant, and a queen. I can't stress enough just how frustrating it is to see the series be reduced to pretty much nothing but this.
Hear something? Should have known better.
While out here on the East Coast, folks delight in the refreshment of an ice-cold Nuka grape, Nuka orange, or Nuka cherry.
Look who it is!
And be on the lookout for fun.
Let's have some fun! I see you!
Sensor alert engaging.
Underground. Welcome to Vault-Tech's Colony Arcturus. Welcome home. With Vault-Tech's modular construction.
Not today.
Oh, you trying to hide? Good. It's more fun that way.
This is why I say Nuka-World perfectly epitomizes Bethesda Fallout. It's just shooting and shooting and shooting everything that moves, occasionally interspersed by the barest amount of justification for what you're doing, poor storytelling, and people being goofy goobers. As yet another reminder, anytime the base game had anything to say, it was nonsense and contradictory with itself constantly. Nuka-World doesn't seem to even have anything to say, really. They took the criticism of their games being Fallout-themed amusement parks and made a whole DLC based on that. Honestly, there really isn't much I can say about the Nuka-Cola bottling plant. It really is just a shooting gallery. Like most of this DLC, there's just no real story component. There is a terminal that, again, makes everyone in the pre-war world look utterly retarded. It has come to our attention that a number of pranks have been played on workers in the bottling plant. For example, filling a tray of empty bottles with dry ice and sending them into the capper so they explode when sealed is clearly in violation of safety protocols. I'm sure when Randall gets out of the hospital, he'll probably say it was hilarious, but Nuka-Cola is paying for his eye surgery, so management finds it less funny. This is absolutely idiotic. Next up is Safari Adventure, which is just as tedious, stupid, obnoxious, and pointless as the rest of this DLC. This area is a zoo, and there's a Tarzan stand-in called Sito. He lives with his family of ghoul-rillas, and he talks like a stupid caveman. Him and his family have a problem. A creature known as the Gator Claw has infested this part of the park for a while, and they make it dangerous for him to go out and find food for himself and his family. Yet another contradiction on ghouls needing food or not, by the way. You agree to help him because you need to secure the area, though you do also have the option to kill him and his family by the end of the zone. In fact, you can do so almost right away. I was going to say that tracking down the source of the Gator Claws feels like filler, but honestly this whole DLC is filler. Regardless, to gain access to the lab where they were created requires finding the key. The key was with one of the head scientists who was kidnapped by a PETA-like group called AFAD, which stands for Animal Friends and Defenders. Naturally, this kidnapping just so happened to have occurred right before the bombs drop like every single other significant event that requires you to track down important items, keys, or information from the pre-war. And lucky us, not only is he still within the park, but he isn't even in a different area of the park. For some reason, the owners of Nuka-World were building a roller coaster in the zoo area of the park. Now in typical Bethesda fashion, this whole entire park is just the greatest hits of the most tired and boring criticisms of corporations, so naturally all the animals were kept in actual cages. So I guess it would make sense for them to do something so stupid and utterly nonsensical as to build a roller coaster in the zoo. Why is this a problem? Well, something like a roller coaster would scare the animals with the sounds it makes, as well as possibly the screams of guests. The constant stress would not be good for them, especially being locked in literal cages. It is just yet another mark for Bethesda turning the pre-war world into an insane cartoonish clown show. Regardless, you track the kidnapped scientist down to the exact location he was held by not PETA to find his storytelling skeleton. His key was also there in a container, which raises the question of why didn't the non-PETA group just take the fucking key and go inside and do damage themselves if they wanted to shut this place down. Throughout this quest and this final dungeon of the area, you get holotapes to explain what happened. Remember how utterly moronic Jurassic World was? Same deal, essentially. For some reason, Nuka-World had a division dedicated to creating new creatures. After the bombs dropped, the remaining scientists used this machine to generate creatures as a food source. This scientist, by the way, became a ghoul. So that's yet another contradiction for ghouls needing food. When the raider showed up, he wanted a way to defend the place and tried making creatures that would be useful for defense, but also smart enough to be controlled by him. He failed and made a reskinned Deathclaw in the Gator Claw. Once you shut down the machine, all you have to do is eliminate the remaining Gator Claws if you haven't already. Talk to Sito, or wipe him and his family out, and that's it. Much like the bottling plant, it's hard to say anything about this section because the story here is so bare bones. It literally is just mindless gameplay. Next up is the Wild West area, Dry Rock Gulch. As if this whole expansion wasn't stupid and insufferable already, this is where it gets absolutely dire. This area is infested with bloodworms, creatures that burrow underground and tend to attack you in groups. Now in order to take control of this area of the park, you need to kill their queen so they'll die out. Naturally, the queen is locked away and you need to do a lot of tedious bullshit to get to her. The queen has made her nest in one of the rides, and to get into the ride, you need the key. And to get the key, you need the combination to open the safe, and to get the combination, you need to complete a game with some robots, each giving you a different task. I swear, I cannot do justice to just how inane this shit is. Well, it's worth mentioning in advance that you can just kill each of the robots for their part of the combination. The game clearly expects you to complete their tasks. The first robot, the blacksmith, challenges you to a duel. Now I played this twice and had two different results. The first time I played it on stream, I killed the robot in one shot.
So, you're the new deputy.
Oh my god.
I ain't impressed yet. Let's see how you handle an old-fashioned quick draw duel. The rules are simple. We'll each walk into the street. I'll count to 3, and then I'll say, draw. First one to hit the other wins.
What the fuck, man?
Let's go.
Well, alright. Hey, now, we can't have a shootout without you
Oh
being
my
properly
God.
equipped. Here, take my spare pistol. All right, gun.
Attention guests. If you've lost your hidden cappy glasses, additional pairs can be purchased from any souvenir stand
Slinger,
in any of our halls.
let's take this out to the street. I count to 3. Then we draw. 1, 2, 3.
Now obviously my impression was that it was just Bethesda being dumb for the sake of it, like they usually do. Oh look, they have a robot and make you shoot and destroy it for the code. Isn't it silly and stupid? The next time I did it on a different character, it played out differently, with the robot surviving the shot and giving me the first part of the combination.
2, 3. That was some fancy shooting there, partner. You earned this. Hope you show those outlaws what a real deputy of Dry Rock Gulch can do, and have a few extra rounds for that 6-shooter I gave you.
Now either way, this is still monumentally stupid. First off, the gun he gives you is a real gun. I don't know if this is supposed to be an indication that they gave children real guns pre-war, or if this is an example of haha funny robot does dumb thing. In case it's the former, I really hope I don't need to explain why it's stupid and irresponsible to give a child a gun, especially to shoot a robot in the street of a busy amusement park. But then again, I guess the lore to this whole entire franchise is now that everyone is a drooling retard, so someone will probably excuse this as being totally in line with the lore. Remember, something kinda silly or dumb happened somewhere at some point in the franchise, so it's just open season to make the whole thing unbearably stupid at every level. This totally isn't destructive to the tone and lore of the franchise at all. At this point, I'm sure anything could be done to the lore and you'd have people defending it no matter how stupid, ridiculous, insane, or out of place it is. It genuinely seems like nothing is off limits. Next up, the bartender wants you to deliver some drinks to employees who are all naturally dead. Can we all finally collectively agree that this joke is tired and as dead as the skeletons we're being directed to? Oh look, a pre-war robot wants you to deal with a pre-war person in some fashion, but that person is a skeleton now. Haha, aren't those quirky robots a trip? The final robot is a rancher who owns horses, which of course are all robot toy horses. You have to go find one in the park and return it to its pen. The one I found was jammed into a garbage can, which raises the question of whether the park set it up that way. Regardless, with all the parts of the combination, you can now open the safe to get the singular key to the ride, which is located in what appears to be an employees-only area, even though this whole process was part of a game within the park. You now have access to the mine ride. But first, let's talk about this whole setup. An amusement park has a ride that is locked off from use by completing a game, which requires you to shoot a robot with a real gun, to deliver drinks to park staff who aren't going to want to drink pop literally all day, and finding large objects and returning them to a robot. Does this not seem insanely contrived and also just outright stupid and impractical to anyone else? Most amusement parks tend to be pretty busy, with lines for rides and games and stuff. Locking an entire ride behind playing these dumb games seems counterproductive to an amusement park. You're limiting access based on who can complete all of these little games, which will be further limited by the dual robot only being able to duel one person at a time, and by how many robot horse toys can be found and returned. And this isn't even considering any potential conflict in 2 or more guests finding one robot horse at the same time and fighting over it, nor does it account for how insanely busy the park would likely be. This whole thing is just stupid and impractical, and it just feels as though this wasn't thought out well at all, as if someone was coming up with pointless time-waster objectives to complete in a video game, rather than considering how these things might work in a real amusement park, and crafting the quests around that. Anyways, with the combination, you can now access Blood Gulch Mine, kill the Queen Worm, and secure the zone. Yeah, that's it. This leads me to the last zone of the park, the Galactic Zone. And this is arguably the most tedious. At the center of the zone is a control station for the whole zone, and the absurd nonsense set up here is that these computers run on something called star cores, but so do all the other computers in the rest of this zone in the park. They're modular so they can be taken out and placed where needed, and how effective this computer is dependent on how many of these star cores are installed. In order to shut down the defenses for this part of the park, which you'll likely kill most, if not all of the defenses by the end, you need a whole bunch of star cores, which requires you to go through each major area of the galactic zone and collecting them wherever you can find them. Among the attractions that you collect them from are yet another show vault, which you learn drugged people who went through to test on them. A BattleBots-esque arena where you go in to fight military-grade robots in person, a ride that fires real lasers at you and is populated with military-grade robots, and a theater populated by, you guessed it, more military-grade robots. This summary of the zone does not do justice to just how dumb, tedious, and drawn out this whole thing is. Once again, there's no real narrative for you to experience, it's just mindless gameplay. Kill the thing shooting at you, collect the items, go to the next objective. That said, there's still a few things to talk about here. I've already talked about how inane and tedious a park based around a pop brand is, but since nearly every aspect of the park relates to Nuka-Cola in some way, it was by this part I was starting to get pretty tilted. I've called it creatively bankrupt before, and I'm going to keep doing so, but this is genuinely the stupidest, most lazy, most creatively bankrupt thing I've ever seen, and it's irritating as fuck to have to look at constantly. The park's mascots are a bottle of Nuka-Cola, and a bottle cap named Cappy. Doesn't it figure that a bottle cap would be a major park mascot in-universe in a game where bottle caps are a currency? But again, it's everything. It permeates the entire park. The rides are often bottles of pop. They have a river ride through a Nuka-Cola factory. The robots are bottles of pop and vending machines that shoot Nuka-Cola. There are even weapons that are Nuka-Cola themed. Any chance for a potentially new, interesting, and unique thing is instead used to shove yet another bottle of pop or some other inane soft drink related bullshit anywhere they can, to the point the space ride is about fucking pop.
The colony on Cola 5 is under attack. Repeat, the colony on Cola 5 is under attack.
The joke of haha Corporation Bad was already beating a dead horse in base game Fallout 4, but now we have an entire DLC, where you just have the most cartoonishly and ridiculously lazy excuse for commentary and corporatism. The point of the DLC might even be to say that the pre-war world was creatively bankrupt in the final years before the apocalypse, to the point that they made a theme park around a brand of soft drink, but that, by extension, makes it look like Bethesda is so creatively bankrupt that they made an entire DLC around an item that wasn't even significant from the original game. It also just makes it look like there was zero culture before the war, which is weird given the team of superheroes that Bethesda themselves created, telling us that there were pop culture icons before the war. Part of what frustrates me so much about this DLC is the fact that we're supposed to believe this is an actual serious part of the lore, when the DLC is hardly serious about any aspect of it, and makes the pre-war world look like a fucking joke, even more so than base game Fallout 4. Every aspect from start to finish is just complete absurdist bullshit, and the same lazy, unfunny jokes about evil corporations ad nauseum. It is actually exhausting in how utterly inane and repetitive it is. Bethesda takes beating a dead horse and turns it into a goddamn Olympic sport, with their constant jokes and new lore about how cartoonishly evil and stupid everyone was pre-war. Going back and playing Fallout 1 and 2, there isn't even a hint that something like Nuka-World would exist within this world. Not simply because it literally just did not exist as a concept at that time, nor for the fact that both games were a bit limited in what they could show, but because the world was much more grounded and serious. The developers didn't undermine their entire setting by telling you that every major aspect of the pre-war world was cartoonishly stupid, incompetent, or evil beyond reason. The more the entire pre-war world is made to look absurdly and cartoonishly stupid, incompetent, and evil, the less tragic the apocalypse becomes, and less believable the world becomes. Not every company needs to be Vault-Tec. Rather than appearing as a world where, much like ours, there's good and bad people, there's corruption in corporations and government, we instead get the impression that the entire pre-war world was just stupid and evil. The nuclear apocalypse is tragic at a base level, from the countless millions or even billions of lives lost, the destruction of culture and civil society. Add on top of that the cruel experiments of Vault-Tec, where people thought they were saving themselves and their families from a horrible death, only to die horribly in some experiment. It's just inherently tragic on a base level, and it works really well for what these games should be. But that just loses its impact when the games, especially Fallout 4 and 76, repeatedly beat you over the head with how much of a dumb joke everything is, especially in the pre-war era. How am I ever supposed to take this world seriously when it constantly undermines itself like this? Even if Bethesda wanted to keep beating that dead horse and making the same tired joke over and over and over again, they could have at least given this pile of rancid garbage a nicer looking skin. They could have at least tried to do something creative and visually interesting here that even incidentally expands on the world in some way that isn't just poaching something from the originals purely for recognition. Make some fucking cartoon mascots like Bugs Bunny or Mickey Mouse, but obviously legally distinct from them. In fact, pick different animals entirely. But show that there's something more to the world than these few fucking things that Bethesda just keeps pushing constantly in all their fucking marketing. If you were to look up the word stagnant in the dictionary, you'd see the Bethesda logo right beside it. Even in Fallout 3, Nuka-Cola was just a drink, for the most part. It was just an item that you'd find in loot and could heal you a bit, and it held no particular special significance beyond that, with the exception of one single touched in the head Bint, who is so obsessed with Nuka-Cola that she made it her entire life, and even this character in related quest was taking the shit way too far and was damaging to the world. Even in Fallout 4, it was largely just an item with some advertising in the world and wasn't anything particularly special. But then you get Nuka-World, which makes Nuka-Cola look like a massive phenomenon. It's like the goddamn Beatles of soft drinks. It's so big that it apparently warrants an entire theme park with military contracts for weapon manufacturing for some reason, and military-grade robots and computers being provided for the park, and even giving them fucking power armor to paint with Nuka-Cola branding, going so far as to retcon Enclave power armor as being pre-war further than the base game did, by outright explicitly giving the park a set of what should have been their top-secret, highly advanced power armor that shouldn't even exist at this point, to be put on display with Nuka-Cola paint on it. They took an extremely basic part of the world, an item where in the original game, it had no notable use. It was literal vendor trash, and they cranked the shit up to 11 out of nowhere for this DLC, severely damaging their own lore and world building, something Bethesda seems to do a lot. Getting back on track, the Galactic Zone functions as little more than a shooting gallery and a scavenger hunt for these star cores, which, by the way, there's a few outside the zone as well, and one within the zone that can only be accessed once you complete the story of the DLC. It really is about as mindless as the gameplay can get, much like the bottling facility. It's probably one of the better examples of story and world building being sacrificed for gameplay. Gameplay that isn't even that good or engaging, mind you. I think the one thing to really talk about in the Galactic Zone at this point is the Vault-Tec tour they have here. Part of the problem with Bethesda Fallout is they keep turning things up to 11, with apparently no care or even awareness of how much this can damage the world. We all know Vault-Tec is evil at this point. It's beyond well established. But what they do here pushes them into cartoon villain territory. The fact they can't have a simple demonstration of what life in vaults would be like without turning it into some kind of nefarious experiment, just like with the actual vaults, just makes it look like they're obsessed with performing experiments to the point of shoving them in anywhere and everywhere they can. Even in Fallout 3, Bethesda had the good sense to treat Vault-Tec more intelligently than this. In the Museum of History, there's a whole section where you go through a similar, but much shorter and restrained vault segment, where it stands as little more than an advertisement for vaults, explaining to people what life in a vault would be like. There was no experiment, because doing so here would be insane and stupid. So naturally, Bethesda decides to go with the insane and stupid option in Fallout 4, where their vault tour is spraying different chemicals on visitors that are basically driving them mad. This makes Vault-Tec look stupid because part of the whole point of the vaults was to do contained experiments on people, away from the eyes of anyone who could stop it, or who could do anything to Vault-Tec. They were free to do whatever they pleased with no chance of recourse or retribution from their victims. But now, as of Nuka-World, we're told that they were just doing this shit to the public before the bombs dropped. It shows no restraint on the part of Bethesda to have Vault-Tec be so idiotic as to take every minute chance to experiment on people to the potential detriment and downfall of their own organization. I'd even argue that the DLC shouldn't even have anything related to Vault-Tec, and just have this whole place be a standalone thing. Same goes for the military involvement, in fact. It is beyond absurdity that it's now official lore that the US military contracted Nuka-Cola to start weapons research and development for them, with the end result being a mini-nuke but blue, and keeping the severed head of the inventor of Nuka-Cola alive for over 200 years for no apparent reason. Yeah, I'll have to go into that more later. I just don't know why all this extra bullshit had to be added that only serves to damage the world. I don't know why this amusement park couldn't just be its own thing within the world. Now, as mentioned, you do need to dole out these zones to your 3 raider gangs. 5 areas of the park to split between 3 raider gangs. Yeah, I'm sure you can see where this is going. After this, you're told that the raiders need to expand into the Commonwealth, and this is where the whole premise for the DLC fucking breaks and gets infinitely worse. And if all the dumb shit so far wasn't proof enough that this DLC wasn't thought out, this next bit should be more than enough to convince you. You talk to a guy named Shank to figure out how you're going to start expanding into the Commonwealth. To do this, you need to claim settlements for your gangs, much like how you gave each zone of Nuka-World to your gangs. However, this uses all the settlements that exist in the base game. You're given a choice, here and now, on whether you want to attack a settlement to kill all the settlers, or if you want to use intimidation tactics to scare them off. Making the choice now might seem arbitrary, but that's because it absolutely is. This is the game's way of poorly hiding how the game responds to your choice. If you decide to attack, somehow the settlers just magically know that you made this choice, and there will be more people there to resist you. If you choose to intimidate them, it will be the default amount of settlers, but they may not bend to your influence, in which case it will cost you. Yes, that's correct. If you fail to intimidate the settlers into leaving, you have to pay them to leave. As a raider. As a brutal, merciless, bloodthirsty raider, if you fail to intimidate settlers to leave their dirt farms, you have to pay them to leave. At that point, you're not a raider, you're a real estate agent and a land developer. Oh, and by the way, if you choose to intimidate the settlers to leave, but kill them instead, the quest will fail. That's right! You could kill them and take the settlement only if you decide to do so long in advance, as opposed to choosing to do it on the spot. The game also doesn't really know how to handle empty settlements you own already. It's still presented as an attack on the settlement, and raiders will even show up to aid you, but you go out there and the raiders will just say to make some shit up and leave, because the settlement is empty. If the settlement is uninhabited, why is there not an option to just take it? It's literally free real estate. Keep in mind, intimidating settlers into leaving means they leave, as obvious as that sounds, and killing them means they're dead, yet you apparently cannot just take a settlement that is empty, because the game, for some reason, was designed around killing or intimidating them into leaving. The only condition for taking a settlement should be that it's empty regardless of how you do so, whether it's killing them or telling them to leave. The fact that you can just pay them to leave is nothing less than absurd for a DLC all about being a raider. Now that you have your raider settlement, you're told you need to put pressure on a nearby settlement to give resources to your raiders. This more or less comes with the same set of options, minus killing. You can rough them up, you can intimidate them, or you can pay them. Check out my badass raider gang. Don't fuck with us or we'll pay you to do stuff for us. I'm sorry, but how is this anything other than pathetic as fuck? Normally I'd advocate for there to be more choice, but this is a case where there shouldn't be, at least so far as the story is presented so far. If you were working to subvert the raiders from within somehow, this might make more sense, but that's not what we've got here. With the sad excuse for a story Nuka-World's got, you're full on helping the raiders, even seen as their leader. As such, it makes no sense that you'd go against what being a raider is, to pay people for their land, or to supply resources. This may be shocking to hear, but raiders tend to raid. Hence the name. Paying the settlers damages the believability, because I don't believe the raiders would be fine with this. They'd see it as weak and counterproductive to their own goals. It's idiotic and stupid. It would be like if we got a DLC where you join the Gunners as a cold-blooded mercenary that would do anything for money with no remorse, and yet doing every job for free out of the kindness of your heart. It is antithetical to the whole concept of the DLC. I can only assume this choice exists to account for players who don't want to play an evil character, and have no other real choice with this DLC, aside from ending it immediately by killing the raiders. It could be intended by Bethesda as a best of both worlds option, but in the process, it damages this DLC even more. Anyways, you're told that the better the settlement is, the more resources you'll get in return from it, effectively telling you that the settlements that produce more will be better, but most settlements are basic unless you personally build them up, meaning this DLC seemingly expects you to either take control of these settlements to build them up if you haven't already, or to be raiding your own settlements you've already built up to get a cut of what they make, when you should be getting a cut of what they make anyways. In essence, to make the Nuka-World raider settlements worth doing, you have to build up all of your settlements, give a few of them to the raiders, and have the rest of your settlements you own give up their supplies to the raiders, who pay you in the resources taken from the settlements you own. It's the most ridiculous and stupid self-feeding loop of utter garbage I've seen in a while. After you take a settlement for one of the raider groups and have one give supplies to that group of raiders, you're tasked with taking 2 more settlements to give to your raider gangs. Between the sections of the park and the settlements you give out, we're talking about 8 total areas, with 5 in the park and 3 in the Boston Commonwealth. As soon as you decide who to give that 8th settlement to, the gang with the least amount of territory will immediately turn on you and revolt. It doesn't matter in what order you do this, or if you're giving them out evenly. They just arbitrarily turn hostile and betray you after the 8th territory is handed out. If you're doing this evenly, giving them 1 each, then common sense would dictate that they'd get the 9th settlement, thereby making it even again. But no, we can't have this make sense at all. We need this contrived bullshit for some reason. This betrayal is absolutely farcical, and it reeks of the same kind of lazy, awful, contrived writing Bethesda always has. The raider gangs have essentially been loitering here in the main zone of Nuka-World for over a year, with no progress on expanding any of the gangs or taking over any other part of the park. The whole reason they all conspired to have Coulter killed and replaced by you was because he wasn't doing what he promised, and they wanted someone new to actually get shit done. They waited a year with no progress, and finally get someone who not only makes a considerable effort to do what they want, but goes so far as to capture all of Nuka-World and start pushing into the Boston Commonwealth to take territory there, expanding their reach considerably, only for one of the gangs to apparently get impatient and revolt. It is completely insane and stupid and utter nonsense in every way. I don't care that they're raiders, this makes no sense. They've gotten more now in a few short days than they've gotten in the past year, and that's not enough. I can't emphasize this enough. Just like always with Bethesda, it's just contrived bullshit to have the conflicts and payoffs that they want with none of the work. There is no genuine conflict between the raider groups to explore, or deal with, or solve. See, by the nature of the design of this DLC, there is no actual antagonist for you to face off against, so there's similarly no big epic conclusion that can come from what's here. Playing it out to its logical conclusion, the DLC would just end once the raiders are established, with no threat and no proper finale as an end cap to the DLC. Rather than trying to correct for this in any meaningful or interesting way, or hell, even in a way that just makes the barest amount of sense, they instead just have one of the raider gangs turn on you. The switch is flipped, and one of them just turn hostile. It's lazy and stupid, so once again it fits in perfectly with the rest of Fallout 4. Once you defeat the raider gang, you can restore main power to the park and some things become available that weren't before. We also get some fireworks being set off in celebration. What a shock that a weak, lazy DLC has a weak, lazy ending. I don't have much more to say about the main story of Nuka-World beyond that. It really is just that flat and empty. There are a couple of additional things to talk about briefly as well, a couple of side quests and points of interest. First up is arguably one of the things I find more annoying about this DLC, aside from everything else I've covered, that is. Earlier I mentioned how in Fallout 3 there was a dumb quest about a dumb NPC obsessed with Nuka-Cola. The short version is that it's utterly absurd and unbelievable that anyone would become this obsessed with a pre-war product to the point they spend all their time obsessing about it and staying in her home full of merchandise for Nuka-Cola and talking about it constantly. This is during a water crisis where no one has access to clean water, in a world where it doesn't rain, and she doesn't do anything to sustain herself. She doesn't farm, she doesn't do any work, she doesn't do anything but obsess about Nuka-Cola constantly. Her quest, too, is naturally about collecting Nuka-Cola for her. I think she's one of the worst parts of Fallout 3 outside of the main story. I think her and her quests are inherently damaging to the world and tone of Fallout, especially what they were supposedly going for in Fallout 3. So you can imagine my annoyance upon discovering this loathsome cunt had made it into this game too. This is the kind of character Bethesda thinks is worthy of being a recurring character. This is the kind of character they think is worth revisiting. And what do they do with her? Well, they make her as stupid and fucking obnoxious as she was in Fallout 3. Credit where it's due, Bethesda has finally been consistent about something, though this is possibly the worst thing they could have been consistent on. She wants you to find the hidden Cappy images throughout the park, each containing a letter that's part of a password, to make it into the office of the creator of Nuka-Cola. These letters are spread throughout the entire park, so you need to keep these glasses on the whole time and go out of your way to search for them, when you're likely going to be focusing on other tasks. The prize of the original contest was to meet the creator of Nuka-Cola, though the Nuka-Cola bitch is interested in finding the original recipe for Nuka-Cola because she expects him to be dead after 200 years. But as it turns out, there's a secret elevator to a secret mini-vault where his severed head has been kept alive in a machine for some reason all this time. The explanation for this utterly insane bullshit is that this was part of the trade-off with the military for developing weapons for them. John Caleb Bradburton wanted to live forever, but the machine could only support a limited amount of the human body. So they put his head in the machine, the bombs fell, and he's been alone ever since. Now I get this as a reference to the urban legend of Walt Disney's head being frozen so he could be resurrected in the future, but this is new lore that's being established, and it's idiotic beyond belief. Why would he accept living as a disembodied head who can't ever do anything? Why was this the best option to go with, when we know better options exist within this world? Why was this necessary in any way? It is just yet more wacky, inane, goofball bullshit. Anyways, the final part of this quest is deciding whether he lives or dies. He wants to die because being a head in a jar who can't do anything is a miserable existence. Big fucking shock there. Nuka-Cola bitch wants him alive because she's obsessed with Nuka-Cola and worships it, so getting to spend time with the creator of Nuka-Cola is what she wants. The correct answer is to take the deal she offers you, then kill Bradburton anyways as he wished. As such, you both get the reward for killing him, and you get to piss off the Nuka-Cola bitch and kill her.
Finally. Free at last.
Mr. Bradburton! I'm sorry. You bitch! You said you'd let Bradburton live! You're gonna pay for that! Huh?
I don't see anything. Not today, pal.
Oh, and you also get some clothing item from her, but the real reward is aggroing her and killing her. Next up is less so a quest and more so a point of interest. The Grantchester Mystery Mansion. A play on the real-world Winchester Mystery House, where the widow of William Winchester, founder of the Winchester Gun Company, spent the rest of her life building stairs and doors to nowhere in her home after having been told by a fortune teller that she'd be haunted by the ghosts of people killed by Winchester guns. The Grantchester Mystery Mansion is a dungeon, and it's inane and stupid like everything else in this game. It's basically a big long waste of your time, where you can't proceed until the narration of the over-the-top spooky story of the house is concluded for the room you're in, while also frequently dealing with traps. Once you get to the end, you find there's a raider that's just been living here and setting up the traps. Then there's a room beyond it with a loot chest.
Did you see it? A small shadowy figure the size of a child walks into frame, and then quickly runs away and out of sight.
There's really not much to say about it. It's lame and I don't know why it's here. The last quest I'll be talking about is Trip to the Stars. To keep it as short as possible, the Hubologists are a group from Fallout 2. They were a blatant parody of Scientology, and it wasn't among the best parts of Fallout 2 for how unsubtle it was. For some reason, likely for little more than the sake of Bethesda getting their grubby hands on yet something else from the originals, they make their return in this DLC for this quest. They're treated as whack-job cultists, as is the Bethesda standard for any extended dealing with a religious group, but it's actually kinda justified here, as they are actually whack-job cultists. They want you to collect some spacesuits, because they want to go to space. They want you to clear out the scrapyard of any dangers, because they want the spaceship there, and they want you to repair the spaceship so they can go to space. The spaceship is, of course, an old broken down ride. There's likely scrap due to how dangerous it is. If you put one too many fusion cores in, it will spin too fast, resulting in all the hubologists' heads exploding. It's just more pointless, wacky, inane bullshit in an ocean of pointless, wacky, inane bullshit. Next up, I want to talk about the weapons and what I think is a missed opportunity for a settlement. Yes, I know settlement building is complete ass, but the area surrounding the train to Nuka-World looks like it would make for a good settlement, with the car garages and the front gate. It's a little thing, I know, but it just makes a lot of sense to me that if you're going to have the raiders coming to the Commonwealth to attack, it makes sense to have sort of a main base at this location, as opposed to some random settlement you've got. It also just looks like a good place to build in. As for the weapons, well, I fucking hate them. They bring up the same problem as most of the rest of this DLC does. Wacky, goofy nonsense. Mainly the Thirst Zapper and the Paddle Ball of all things. Mainly that both can be modified, much like the Fat Man in the Nuka-Cola Bitches quest, to have a quantum variation with the Quantum Zapper shooting mini nuclear projectiles that aren't quite as strong as a mini nuke, and the Paddle Ball, which for some reason has ammo, and the ammo is string, which has a short-range attack with the Quantum Ball, also exploding on contact with anything it hits. The last thing I've got to comment on is the fact that Bethesda put in an NPC as a memorial to a fan that had passed away. This is something that I just think is a good thing for Bethesda to do, and I do have respect for them doing it. There's not much else I can really say about it, so I'm just going to move on and conclude this section. Overall, Nuka-World is an exercise in tedium and repetitive actions. Once again, in what's supposed to be a role-playing game about dealing with conflicts between different people and groups, you spend the vast majority of the DLC mindlessly gunning down enemies and completing utterly pointless tasks. You get an inverse Preston Garvey for dealing with settlements in a way that clearly wasn't well thought out, and the one significant conflict that does arise is arbitrary and only has one solution, which is naturally to kill them. While I hate a lot of what Fallout 76 has done to the franchise, I think Nuka-World might actually be the worst piece of Fallout content we've ever gotten for Fallout, aside from the Amazon show, which is significantly worse. Every opportunity is squandered, and it does nothing but damage the lore and world even more. As an additional last-minute addition to this video, I wanted to talk about the ridiculous state of official merchandise for this franchise, and I'm putting it here because a big part of it relates to Nuka-Cola. Modern Bethesda thinks it's acceptable to sell empty Nuka-Cola bottles for $32 US or $62 Canadian, and tins of caps. They have one for each type of bottle. These bottles and other Nuka-Cola related merch take up a big part of their official store. Approximately 37% of the Fallout items available on the official store are Nuka-Cola related, and approximately 66% of those items are the bottles and packs of caps. Now, it's obviously no secret that I'm not a fan of Bethesda Fallout, but I am still a fan of cool merchandise for things I like. I would like for there to be actual high quality merchandise that I can buy for the things I like, and I do like Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas, but I don't know how you can justify selling empty glass bottles of different variations for this much money. This is actually worse than the Fusion Core replica they were selling a few years ago, which itself was an embarrassment. I had quit my original playthrough of Fallout 4 shortly after learning that the leader of the Institute was your kidnapped son. As a result, I never played through the DLCs for this game as they came out, and in fact, the only reason I had played them at all was for the sake of completing this video analysis series of Fallout 4. I had not played this DLC until just a few weeks ago at the time of writing this. Prior to playing it, I had heard lots of comments praising this DLC as being the best part of Fallout 4.
But it's a whole island's worth of some of the strongest quest content we've seen in Fallout 4 yet.
Liar! It's more of an RPG than the base game. It's much higher quality than the rest of Fallout 4, and so on and so forth. It is with profound apathy, boredom, and a total lack of surprise to report that Far Harbor is, in fact, Fallout 4 through and through, with the same bad writing, underwhelming world building and characters, boring pointless quests, and lame scripted events that make little to no sense. Far Harbor takes place on Mount Desert Island in the state of Maine. The island is shrouded in a fog that is constantly hyped up as being super dangerous, and how most people who go out there don't return, even directing you to an NPC who can become your companion to be a guide through the deadly fog of Far Harbor. In reality, the island functions no differently than the base game Fallout 4's overworld. There's creatures that will attack you, the water gives radiation, and there's raiders. It strikes me as though someone on the development team played Silent Hill, or saw Stephen King's The Mist, and were inspired by them and wanted to do the atmospheric dark and foggy world full of horrors. It doesn't amount to much, however, and as I've already described, it feels like playing anywhere in the base game with a layer of fog added on. As such, there's some real dissonance between what the game is constantly telling you about the fog versus what you actually experience. Anyways, getting into the actual content of the DLC, it starts with a mystery. Nick Valentine has a new case at his agency for a missing girl on the northern coast. At the request of her parents, you search for clues in the form of conveniently placed holotapes, including one locked in a safe, conveniently with a note on top telling you exactly where the key is.
Fucking brilliant!
Why even have it locked in the safe if you're just going to leave a note on top telling you the key is 20 feet away in a picture frame? It's nothing more than a speed bump at that point. It's not a puzzle that needs to be solved, it's just telling you where to go. Long story short, the daughter got her radio working and managed to get in contact with a group of escaped synths in Far Harbor. Why would synths on the run from the Institute be so willing to reveal themselves? No idea. Either way, she essentially gaslights herself into thinking she might be a synth, because she's always had weird dreams, and has had things she can't explain happen during her childhood, as if weird dreams or unusual occurrences are evidence of being a synth. Regardless, she ran off with her father's boat to the island to find the truth.
I think I know where Kasumi went. A place called Far Harbor?
She went that far up north? God, that explains why she took the boat.
Well, at least the characters match the writers in the intelligence department. Conveniently, Kasumi's father has a boat with an autopilot machine on it that will just drive you to Far Harbor, despite the fact he's never gone there since he was a child. Makes you wonder why she wouldn't have just taken that boat. The praise for this DLC is going to be few and far apart, but here's an early one. Bethesda actually managed to get a moving vehicle to work fairly decently. You can't control it and you're restricted from jumping, but you are free to move around with what little space there is. I almost sort of wonder if this was their first step to getting ships functional for Starfield, that they needed to solve having characters on large moving objects. Anyways, upon arriving, you're immediately questioned about why you've come to Far Harbor. These two NPCs are just standing here as if they're expecting you, and it once again just feels so artificial, especially when they both just phase into existence before your eyes. This is the real star of the DLC, and it's not great. You're told that Far Harbor doesn't get many visitors, but after a small introductory bit, the game seems to flip-flop, as they frequently cite both getting few visitors while acting like they get a lot. Remember, most synths who come to the island to reach Acadia have to come through Far Harbor, and yet when you arrive, it's treated as though it's an unusual thing. Anyways, within mere moments of arriving, you're asked to help defend the town as they're being attacked by creatures from the fog. A group of townspeople were outside the town and got attacked and fled back to the town. For some reason, they refused to open the gate to let them in, and they also refused to climb the sides of the wall for safety, even though horrible monsters are about to kill them. But I guess this is just a general failing of the world design, because I feel like these creatures should be able to climb the walls as well. Regardless, you help them and you're more or less welcomed into town, though they're still wary of you. They're given the option to help the townspeople with their various quests, but you can also continue with the main story of this DLC. Of note, how many of these quests you decide to do could impact the ending if you need the people of Far Harbor to side with you in a particular scenario. As mentioned, they constantly hype up the fog as this massive threat, it's super dangerous, and so forth, even telling you to talk to Old Longfellow to guide you to Acadia, where Kasumi had run off to. So it's obviously immensely underwhelming when you finally venture out into the fog, to find it's no different from the base game. Longfellow leads you up the mountain and there's a scripted encounter with the island's wolves, and you meet a cult of Adam losers teaser, foreshadowing the fact you'll have to deal with these loathsome cunts in this DLC. Nothing you do in this encounter matters. If you say you want to join, you'll be directed to their base, which you have to go to anyways to complete the story. If you kill her, then nothing happens, as usual. Upon arriving at Acadia, Longfellow tells you that they've been watching you for a bit as you came up the mountain, which raises the question of how they managed to do that in the thick fog. Regardless, Dima is waiting for you inside, and again, it just feels artificial seeing him getting up from his chair, but at least it's kinda justified that he knows you're coming. Now, first time playing, I had done a bunch of side quests first, and had already come to the conclusion that this DLC was shit like the rest of Fallout 4. But this is the real make or break moment for the DLC, and they fucking broke it. See, Dima is running a safe haven for synths. As mentioned, they're rather open about this fact, despite being on the run from the Institute. A couple of coursers could wipe this place out in minutes, but let's ignore that. The real problem here is in Dima's whole ideology. He wants this to be a safe place for synths to just kind of exist, I guess? But he also seems far too invested in every random person he meets being a synth, and this becomes a rather large problem immediately, based on information we already know, and information we're about to learn. Unfortunately, this will require me to reiterate stuff I've talked about in the base game related to the synths. There's a few key pieces of information we get here that needs to be accounted for first, however. Dima would tell you that there's no way to tell who is or isn't a synth without killing them. He also tells you what his criteria for someone being a synth is, and that's having a bit of a spotty memory, feeling isolated from people around you, and having odd dreams. He does add a caveat that this isn't a guarantee, but he also follows this up by asking if you're a synth as well. Finally, the big point he makes is that it's wrong for a synth to live a lie if they are programmed to replace someone. We're already off to a disastrous start, and I'm once again left to untangle this absolute mess of writing. First up, the signs of being a synth are fucking ridiculous. Spotty memory, feeling isolated, and odd dreams. All of these seem like things a good 70% or more of humanity feel or experience at some point in their lives. To use myself as an example, I don't have the greatest memory. I can forget things fairly easily. Hell, I've had friends online that I've talked to who I completely forgot having ever interacted with them when they've reconnected with me years later. As in, I still don't remember to this day, even after finding old messages we had sent each other years prior. This has happened at least twice. Further, isolation is something a great many people feel or experience at some point in their lives for one reason or another. Whether it's someone who is awkward and doesn't have many friends in school, someone moving to a new town or even country and doesn't know anyone, people who are extreme introverts or extremely shy and as a result don't interact with people much, resulting in an unintended self-isolation among many other potential causes. Throw a layer of post-apocalypse on top of it, it seems like it would be something that would apply to most people in the wasteland. Finally, odd dreams just seem like a normal occurrence that everyone experiences. I don't remember my dreams often, but ever since I was a kid, my dreams have always been strange, with the laws of reality being broken all the time. There's a dream I had a few years ago, where I was in some kind of weird thrift store for some reason, where I had the feeling that I was simultaneously both inside and outside, despite that being nonsense and impossible. I've had much stranger dreams too, but they would take too long to explain. So having hit 2 of Dima's ridiculous criteria, well, I guess that means I'm a synth. But while these pieces of evidence for why one might be a synth are absurdly broad is a big fucking problem, what makes this 1,000 times worse is the inherent implication that never gets explored. The very fact that Dima himself acknowledges that these signs don't guarantee that someone is a synth immediately breaks fucking everything here. He is so confident that you, Kasumi, and everyone in Acadia is a synth.
One more question, if you'll indulge me. You're here for Kasumi, but I suspect there could be another reason you came to us. Tell me, are you a synth?
I'm a human being, not a synth.
Are you sure? I don't mean to question you, but what's the first memory you have?
I was with my husband. We were getting ready for the day. I had to take care of my son, Sean. And... well, lots happened since then.
But no memories before then? No childhood? Your first best friend? Your first kiss? That's usually a sign. Data is easy to migrate, but feelings, that's a hard thing to transfer into another mind.
How can you be this sure of everyone being a synth if there's no actual way to know?
How would I even know?
I'm afraid if you're looking for some biological test we can do, there isn't any. None that aren't fatal. But ultimately, you have to decide for yourself. What do you believe? Have you ever...
So, everyone here in Acadia is a synth?
Yes.
This is once again an issue of missed potential. Because there's heavy philosophical and moral implications here, that the writers are too dumb to realize what they're stumbling into with their own writing. What we're presented with is a situation where someone is gathering people from a specific group, but it's impossible to tell who is from that specific group, so it's all guesswork. There's so much storytelling potential here, and it is all wasted. Two scenarios came to mind when playing this for the first time, both of which are far more interesting than the actual answer of, oh, I just want synths to be safe here, I guess. The first scenario I came up with was Dima having ulterior motives. He wants to build his own faction, and needs a support base. This is why his evidence of people being synths is so broad, so he can gaslight random people into being loyal followers. He doesn't care if you're a synth or not, he just needs bodies supporting him. The second scenario I came up with, and the one I think is most interesting, is that Dima is so biased against the Institute and wants to help synths so much that he's predisposed to think that anyone can be a synth victim of the Institute, and as a result of making this assumption about everyone, he has unwittingly recruited potentially dozens of humans into his group by deluding them into thinking they're synths as well, just like he did with Kasumi, and like he's trying to do with you. This would lead to the interesting discussion of the potential damage he's unintentionally doing through his efforts to help the synths.
She's facing the possibility of her entire life being a lie, that someone stripped her very identity from her and made her into something she isn't. I want you to understand that before you see her. She has a chance here to live as a synth, not hiding, not pretending to be something else.
If it's wrong for a synth to live a lie by living someone else's life, how's it any less wrong to trick a human, however unintentional it may be, into thinking they are a synth when they're not, and also living a lie as a result? At what point do you draw the line? When do you realize the flaw in your methods and worldview? When do you realize you're potentially doing more harm than good? How do you make up for this mistake? There's actually a very interesting moral quandary here to be explored regarding what Dima is doing. As much as I dislike this character, there is an interesting discussion to be had with him regarding the consequences of his choices, the effect he is having on the world, and what it means to potentially have ruined people's lives and lured them to this island, all because of his own fervent desire to help synths, without the briefest moment of consideration that there would be false positives, that he would inevitably be falsely convincing humans that their whole life has been a lie.
I'm afraid if you're looking for some biological test we can do, there isn't any. None that aren't fatal.
So, everyone here in Acadia is a synth?
Yes.
But no. I'm not even sure the people who wrote this dumpster fire understood the implications their writing had, despite literally writing a line telling us that there's no way to tell who is and isn't a synth. But no, of course it would never be that deep. No, the real story is about the shallow conflict between Acadia, Far Harbor, and the Cult of Adam, and how Dima has a contingency to wipe out both groups, should they become a threat. Stuff like this is exactly the reason people say these games are shallow and poorly written. Rather than exploring the interesting and genuine moral issue of Dima insisting every person he meets is a synth, and potentially ruining the lives of normal people in his pursuit of helping synths, we instead get a cheap, shallow, poorly written, and convoluted conflict that doesn't explore the morality of any side with any depth, but instead simply exists as a vehicle for cheap drama. I'd like to take a moment to compare the utter lack of ability to have a conversation with Dima about what he's doing, to the conversations in New Vegas that really chew into and explore the subject matter they're dealing with. There are plenty of great examples I can use, such as pretty much any piece of dialogue from Ulysses, such as the ones talking about the unintended consequences from actions taken with little to no thought behind them, to the very relevant to modern Fallout discussion about how old symbols are taken and repurposed by those who don't understand or respect them. best represented in the holotape where Ulysses talks about how the White Leg tribe began braiding their hair as he did as a sign of respect towards him, which he only saw as an insult because their mimicry held none of the meaning that braided hair had to his long-dead tribe. But the example I'll go with now is with the characters Dog and God from Dead Money. As a recap for anyone who either hasn't played Dead Money or doesn't remember, Dog and God are the split personalities of a Nightkin, with Dog being the more obedient but dumber and more prone to violence, whereas God is highly intelligent and well-spoken. The whole story involving these two characters is in Dog obeying Elijah, doing his bidding, hurting people, which God hates and tries to prevent. In particular, you have the option to use holotapes of Elijah's voice as a way to control Dog easier, to make him do what you need him to against God's will. However, you also have the option to work with God and convince him to help and help him in return. The first conversation you have with him is all about control, and him being used as a little more than a tool, and how you've come here to use him too. And it's a really good example of strong storytelling and characterization. This theme follows through with the character throughout the DLC, all the way to your last encounter with him, where you can decide his fate, whether he lives or dies, which personality takes control. Stories like this are the core of what makes Fallout, Fallout. This is the true substance of what these games should be. Fallout 1, 2, and New Vegas use the post-apocalypse setting to tell stories with depth and nuance, all about people and their lives and the hardships and challenges they face, about the morality of people. Bethesda Fallout is the polar opposite of this. Bethesda Fallout uses stories to tell a setting. It's all about finding another group of baddies to mercilessly wipe out and loot all their stuff. Bethesda Fallout isn't about people and conflicts and morality. Bethesda Fallout is about the wasteland and all the things you can kill in it, and that's probably why what's being done to this franchise is so thoroughly frustrating for fans of the series like myself. Where the classic games in New Vegas use the setting to explore different themes, ideas, and morality, Bethesda Fallout does a little more than pay lip service to the whole concept of human morality in the post-apocalypse, instead using it as set dressing, as an excuse to shoot some enemies and blow shit up. This is why Bethesda Fallout is referred to as being a theme park with a Fallout coat of paint. Bethesda's idea of a deep moral choice is whether or not you'd nuke a town full of innocent people for no reason. It has nothing to say about why this is being done, it doesn't explore any ideas with any amount of depth, it barely even attempts to tell any kind of story, and the vast amount of quests and stories within Bethesda Fallout are like this. They're largely about dumb gimmicks, as opposed to any true storytelling with any depth. As for Dima and the conflict here, they passed on the opportunity to tell a fairly unique story about the harm Dima might be causing by convincing real people they're synths and exploring the ideas and morality of such a story, to instead do a story about someone holding the power to destroy others, which could be done with non-synth characters. There's also the fact that Dima replaces someone like the Institute did, but I'll get to that later when it comes up. Regardless, Fallout 4 and Far Harbor fails to explore its own themes as stated by the lead writer of the game.
At its core, Fallout 4 is about androids that look like humans, okay? And so the theme, and this became a very important point for us, and it's something that we didn't realize until a little late in pre-production. The most important theme in Fallout 4 is suspicion. Who is this person sitting next to me? Are they human? Do they want to do me harm?
And I feel this problem is exacerbated by the fact that the whole setup for this DLC is perfect for delving into that idea, and they just never do. Now I'm still not even done with this first interaction with Dima, because the bullshit is really dense here. See, Dima mentions how there's no way to tell if someone actually is a synth or not, and this raises additional problems, largely stemming from information in the base game, but especially in regards to Kasumi. First of all, I still don't fucking know what a synth actually is, because the game is usually exceptionally vague about what they are or how they work, and most pieces of information we get about them are either nonsense or contradictory. I have 100% completed Fallout 4 at this point. I've experienced every quest and every major story beat this game has to offer. I haven't read every single terminal, nor have I heard every single line of dialogue, but I have thoroughly explored terminals, notes, and dialogue in major story areas of the game, such as the Institute, and I still cannot make heads or tails of what the fuck synths are supposed to be. I can't help but get the impression that much of this is left intentionally vague. It's like Bethesda wants to have their cake and eat it too. Synths are nothing more than machines that can be shut down and reprogrammed like any other, but they're also real people with real emotions, and it's wrong to treat them like they're just machines. Then they add lore for both possibilities, likely with the intention of not fully confirming either answer to be true, but in the process turning it into a contradictory mess. I assume the intent is to leave it open to interpretation, to let the audience decide, and that's fine in theory. The problem is in the fact that there are some pieces of lore established for the synths that are mutually exclusive. In fact, it is downright impressive how often the writers manage to contradict themselves on basically every piece of lore and information we get about the synths. It happens so frequently and to such an extreme degree that it almost seems intentional, because it is hard to believe that this many blatant contradictions could happen purely due to happenstance, and I have to go through all of them here as it relates to Dima, Kasumi, and the synths of Acadia. You see the full synth production process, in which their skeleton has to be manually assembled, they have to have their nervous system and muscles stitched into their bodies, and finally they're dunked into a pool of vague red flesh liquid and emerge a fully formed person. We also know the synths are based off of Sean's DNA, though that doesn't necessarily mean they're biologically related to him. The implication is that they're not simply highly modified clones as one might think. They're synthetic organisms, but that doesn't inherently translate into being a programmable robot. They're biological creatures made out of flesh and blood, or a synthetic substance that is indistinguishable from real flesh and blood, but they simultaneously have none of the requirements creatures made of flesh and blood have in order to keep living. Would there not be signs in their base biology that would tell you they're a synth? Their skeleton is assembled from individual bones. How do those bones work once a synth gains life? Can they heal as a real human's bones would, or would their fake bones remain broken forever? They're made of what appears to be flesh and blood, yet they can be shut down like robots. What about their creation process results in this happening? If they're made out of real flesh and blood, how can you ever program them to act a certain way? How do you halt and rewrite the natural biological processes of a creature's brain? Just how human are they? That's the question this bootleg Blade Runner game wants to ask, but then goes too far in explaining certain parts of their creation and function, to the point it totally breaks the concept, in addition to the contradictions I mentioned earlier. I mentioned earlier that synths don't have the base biological requirements that real living creatures have in order to continue living. We're told in the base game that synths don't need to eat, drink, or sleep. They can apparently simulate eating, but for some reason they can't simulate sleep, as evidenced by our old friend Roger Warwick. He's a synth being used by the Institute for a specific purpose, running a farm to test crops. But one of the signs that tips off the people that he's a synth is the fact that he never sleeps. Shouldn't that be a way to reveal who is or isn't a synth in Acadia? Apparently not. Synths have a component in their bodies. This is a wonderful little piece of insanity to throw into the discussion, just tossing a fucking hand grenade into the discussion on the many problems regarding synths. This is the only known computer component inside of synths. First of all, the implication is that anytime the player character loots someone, they also crack open their skull like a fucking melon to retrieve this useless item, but that's besides the point. The problem arises from the fact that these components are entirely internal, which is why there's no way to tell who is or isn't a synth. But these are also programmable people who need to have that programming put into them somehow, meaning the synth component would need some external interface port to plug them into a terminal. This is what I mean when I say every piece of lore regarding synths is contradictory and broken. The implication is that this is how they are programmed by the Institute, or reprogrammed by the Railroad. You need an access point to do that, but simultaneously, an access point would be proof of who is or isn't a synth. Therefore, it's a completely internal component with no external access point, meaning you can't connect to them to program them. Further, Liam Benet, the guy responsible for synths escaping for at least a decade, said he put messages into the synths for people on the outside to find, in the synths. Not told to them to say to people, but actually inside them, meaning on the synth component. This is an issue I raised when analyzing the base game, and don't get me wrong, it's a big issue in the base game so far as the lore goes, but it becomes a much bigger deal here when a big part of this DLC story relies on not being able to tell who is or isn't a synth. How the hell do you program them, reprogram them, or put hidden fucking messages into them without accessing the only electronic part in their bodies? How is the Railroad able to figure out they even had these, let alone how to interface with the internal synth component to reprogram them? The very fact that the Railroad is able to do this means Dima should be able to do so as well. Even going so far as to give the game the benefit of the doubt and say it's entirely wireless, the Railroad still has the ability to connect to the component to reprogram them, meaning Dima should also have the ability to connect to the component to tell if someone is a synth or not. If you can't connect, that would mean they're human. See how this whole thing just starts collapsing if you think about it a little more than not at all? The story they are trying to tell requires you to actively ignore major parts of it in order for it to work at all. Not just one or two things either, but practically everything you've been told prior to the last thing you were told. Whatever is the most recent information you've gained is the truth, and everyone who said otherwise before is wrong. Another note on the synth component is that most electronics require metal in their usage, so a simple metal detector should suffice to find out if someone is a synth or not. Yes, I'm aware the synth component breaks down into just plastic for the sake of settlement building and crafting, but that doesn't have any actual lore value. Remember that tin cans break down into iron as well, when tin and iron are two different elements on the periodic table, and on that note, most tin cans in real life were actually steel, and were merely plated in tin to prevent rust. But the fact remains that steel itself is still not iron. All that is to say that what an item breaks down to in the crafting system is not a reliable source of information. That ain't all either. If you sided with the Institute in the base game, you can just ask them if they've replaced Kasumi, and the answer is no. Yes, they do mention that it doesn't rule out other groups modifying an escaped synth, but first of all, the Railroad gives them new personalities, they don't replace people, and no one else is established to have this ability. They also get their modified synths out of the Commonwealth. Secondly, who would replace the daughter of a random fisherman and why? If you have a programmable person to replace someone with, surely there's more valuable targets than a random fisherman and his family that live in an isolated shack. Thirdly, the odds of a random escaped synth who looks enough like their daughter to use as a replacement is beyond absurd. Finally, she doesn't drop a synth component. Normally this should be solid evidence, but in typical Bethesda fashion, there are numerous confirmed synths who don't drop a component. That said, I'm still taking this as evidence of her being human, because Bethesda's incompetence shouldn't have influence on this. I'm going by what is actually there, not a possibility of what they might potentially have intended. All actual evidence presented in the game says she's human, and once again, as mentioned earlier, this is not something you can properly explore in depth. Hell, she'll fully accept being a synth if you tell her she is, but if you tell her she's human, she never fully accepts it, and it's really fucking annoying. Now, I mentioned it a few times, and this is a really big fucking problem with the DLC as well, and that's the fact that Dima insists that you must be a synth as well.
One more question, if you'll indulge me. You're here for Kasumi, but I suspect there could be another reason you came to us.
No, motherfucker, I accepted the case about a missing girl before I'd even heard of your island existing. I'm literally here on a job.
Tell me, are you a synth?
I'm a human being, not a synth.
Are you sure? I don't mean to question you, but what's the first memory you have?
I remember being in my house the day the bombs fell. We ran to the vault. We were frozen. I was the only survivor.
No memories before then? Just a single day, and then waking up alone? We so easily accept what's presented to us as the truth, don't we? Whatever you believe, we will accept you for who you are, synth or human.
I'm not a synth. End of discussion.
I understand. I won't pry any further.
There's so many things I find so egregious about this, but one of the primary reasons is in the fact that there was no proper setup or prompt for him to even ask this. This just comes completely out of the blue. He just assumes that you're a synth because you had come to the island, regardless of what your actual purpose was. Another reason is for the fact you don't have the option to say no. Well, you can say no, but it's literally not accepted by the game itself. As we all know, Fallout 4's dialogue system is dog shit, but what gets me is they still had the room to properly handle this. Dima asks what's the earliest memory you have, as a way to find out if you're a synth or not. You have 4 choices here. The first is to ask Dima about his first memory, which is a non-choice as it just leads you back to the same set of choices. The remaining options are to say you remember the day the bombs fell, you remember being with your family, which is just a previous choice but worded differently, and the final option is to tell him to mind his own business. Critically, there's no option to outright deny him, or explain an early childhood memory such as your first day of school or some such. Your only 2 real options to tell him your earliest memory are from the very start of the game, and the third is a non-answer. I can't help but get the impression that the entire reason this exists is because the developers at Bethesda heard the theory about the sole survivor being a synth, and thought that was super cool and implemented it into the DLC. Either that or they're continuing their Blade Runner knockoff and are trying to copy the whole question of whether or not Decker is a replicant. I'm sorry, but at this rate, Bethesda isn't ever going to make such a worthwhile question as to inspire the kind of debate and long-standing question that Blade Runner does. Like everything else in this game, there are a number of problems with the idea that the player is a synth, but the easiest to cite would be the fact that Sean, who believes synths to be nothing more than machines, wouldn't leave the Institute in the hands of what he thinks is little more than a toaster. You can't have his entire story be about his view of synths being non-human machine servants of the Institute with no free will or personality, only for him to leave the Institute, the thing he cares about more than anything, in the hands of a machine. It's just utter nonsense. But more than that, there's instances of the player character citing memories prior to the day the bombs dropped, meaning this whole question is even more bullshit than it appears in isolation. Most examples of this are short and simple. Nate and Nora referring to the fact that Nate was in the military. There's the game's opening cutscene itself where Nate talks about his great-great-grandfather serving in World War II. But the funniest part about all of this is that the most solid example I could find of the player character referencing a past memory comes from Far Harbor itself.
You even know what you got right there? A premium set of Pellman's power tools.
I remember commercials for Pellman's tools. Expensive stuff, but top of the line.
What the hell's a commercial?
Yes, it is for something as simple as a commercial, but it is a memory outside the day the bombs dropped. Further, there's some apparently cut lines from the interview quest with Piper that references Nate's military history a bit deeper, and Nora's profession as a lawyer. Now, since these lines aren't actually accessible in the game, as far as I can tell, I'm not using them as evidence of the player being a human, but I am referencing them as evidence of Bethesda's lack of vision. The fact this content existed in the first place speaks to the intent of the writers when creating these characters. There's also the inherent flaw in Dima's question of whether you're a synth or not, only having answers that reference the day the bombs dropped, when the very day being referenced includes references to further past events. Once again showing Bethesda's utter lack of competence or ability to keep track of basic information. There's also a mention that Nick Valentine is Dima's brother, but that's a whole subject I honestly don't even feel is worth covering at all. Though there is one thing worth mentioning. If you haven't progressed Nick's story at all, some lines are added in here to reflect new information he's learned in Far Harbor. I'm not sure what the point of most of these lines are, as they don't really add anything. Important to note, however, is the stark difference in quality.
So, who are you, Nick?
That's a question I've been trying to figure out myself for a long damn time. I know I'm a synth, authentic Institute handiwork, but I'm still mechanical, not bioengineered like the fancy synths giving everyone the willies these days. I get tune-ups now instead of checkups.
You remember when Dima was talking about the Institute's personality experiments?
You could tell they were recorded either in different studios, or with the actor doing a slightly off impression of Nick or something, but it's pretty jarring to hear the sudden shift in quality.
Hey, Valentine.
You got time to talk now?
Is something the matter? You sound upset.
What? Oh, no.
We've just been traveling for a while now, and I figured, especially after all that stuff with Dima, that you deserve to know more about me.
I haven't checked every piece of dialogue for him for this, so there's likely more I haven't seen. With all that out of the way, we can go talk to Kasumi. While she thinks she's a synth and you can't do much with that right now, she is suspicious of Dima. He holds secret meetings, and she wants you to spy on one of them. Conveniently, there's a giant room right next to the room he's in that you can somehow just hear him perfectly clearly. Anyways, you learn that he's had to store his memories externally because he's been alive for over 100 years and he's run out of room. These memories are also stored in an old submarine base now known as the Nucleus, a base base being used by none other than the Cult of Adam, our third and final player in this sad attempt at a conflict at the center of this DLC story. Kasumi wants you to find out what's in those memories, and if you talk to Dima, he'll say the exact same thing to you that he said to his friends in the meeting. I'm not being hyperbolic either, they literally just reused the exact lines.
But yes, we've been writing a program that will let you access and download my memories. It's not going to be like a normal hack. You'll be breaking through a version of my own mental network. It'll consider you to be an intruder. I'll give you the program you need in order to access my memories. Bring me anything you find. It's not going to be like a normal hack. You'll be breaking through a version of my own mental network. It'll consider you to be an intruder.
How fucking lazy can you be? Regardless, the nucleus is our next destination, and this leads me to another massive issue I have not just with this DLC, but with Bethesda in general. Upon arriving at the base, you're treated to yet another scripted moment to introduce you to this group of people, despite them appearing in the base game. You see the door guard putting 2 members to a test of loyalty. Only one of them may return to the base. The other must die. One of the characters pleads that this is unnecessary, and the other kills him without hesitation before he can even finish, and she's let back in.
Richter, please, you can't do this. We've been
It's
loyal.
Grand Zealot to you, and your dedication has come into doubt. You need to prove your faith. One of you may return to the fold. The other will return to Adam.
Richter, this is insane. You can't expect us to...
Will there be anything else?
That'll be all, sister.
Thank you, Grand Zealot.
After that insane display, you're given the choice to join their faction. You're essentially told to go on a vision quest to prove you're worthy of joining. Many people have compared this to Point Lookout, but I'll spare making the obvious comparisons that have been done 1,000 times at this point. The short version is that while there are many similarities between Far Harbor and Point Lookout, I feel they're different enough that it's not a problem. I don't think having similar elements as something else makes it a copy, especially when the context, presentation, and end results are entirely different. You're sent to drink
dirty brown water
from an irradiated stream that the cult considers to be holy. This sends you on the lamest vision quest ever written. You see a black Cult of Adam member, and you just have to follow her, kill some ghouls, and collect an item locked in a cage. The password to access the cage is right next to the terminal you used to open it, once again showing how lazy Bethesda was with this DLC. This means you've been chosen by Adam or something, and this grants you entry into the ridiculous cult. You can also skip the whole joining the cult thing by killing all of them immediately. They've got a bunch of side quests, but I'll cover those later with the others. As soon as you're in, you can just beeline for Dima's memories, but I'll also be covering that later. First, I want to take some time to talk about a particular writing problem Bethesda games have had, and continue to have, that I find frustrating, and that is their handling of religion. Even as a non-religious person, I find Bethesda's portrayal of groups of religious people to almost always be insane fanatics, incredibly obnoxious, but also a complete cop-out as far as world building goes. As early as Oblivion's Knights of the Nine, all the way to Starfield's Shattered Space, most religious characters in Bethesda's games, especially in Fallout, have been portrayed as either goofy or insane whack jobs who are beyond reason. Oblivion was the least bad in this regard. In the base game, the religious aspect was largely subdued, and there was no full-on questline related to the Nine Divines until the Knights of the Nine expansion, which added a loud, obnoxious, cartoonish priest character shouting in the street who becomes your guide through the DLC.
Is there no one who would stand for the Nine? I am Cyrodiil come, he said, old Riemann, born from the earth that is Alesh, and yet he would scorn this country now. Repent, I say, repent! Oh, unhappy Tamriel! Where is your divine crusader in these latter days of petty strife and lesser men?
He talks like this constantly because he's a wacko religious guy. This was then followed up by Fallout 3, which featured a loud, obnoxious, cartoonish priest character who spends all day every day shouting in the center of the first city you visit.
Yea, your suffering shall exist no longer. It shall be washed away in Atom's glow, burned from you in the fire of his brilliance. Each of us shall give birth to 1 billion stars formed from the mass of our wretched and filthy bodies. Each of us shall be mother and father to 1 trillion civilizations.
He doesn't even have any quests for you to do. Neither do any of the followers of his religion, and he constantly talks like an annoying fucking weirdo. In fact, this character seems to be intended to be a joke, someone you're not supposed to take seriously, and the very idea of his religion is presented as though it's stupid and ridiculous. Further, all other characters related to both the Church of Adam and the Church in Rivet City are insignificant and don't provide any substantial quests related to religion at all. Closest you get is donations, which just raise your karma. In essence, religion is a total non-entity within Fallout 3, aside from what is clearly intended as a group of lame joke characters, and a singular Bible quote that comes across as little more than a passage that sounded relevant to people needing water to survive. This was then followed up by Skyrim, which featured a loud, obnoxious, cartoonish priest character who spends all day, every day, shouting in the center of the first city you visit.
Terrible and powerful Talos, we, your unworthy servants, give praise, for only through your grace and benevolence may we truly reach enlightenment. We are but maggots, writhing in the filth of our own corruption, while you have ascended from the dung of mortality, and now walk among the stars. But you were once man, aye, and as man you said, "Let me show you the power of Talos Storm Crown, born of the north, where my bread is long winter."
Now, credit where it's due, religion does play a bigger part in Skyrim to a degree, but largely as a reason for the war happening and the involvement of the Thalmor. Admittedly, it has been a while since I've played Skyrim, but I do know there's some quests related to religion, but it also didn't seem like a significant part of the game. There are no dedicated quest lines, it's just kinda there, and some people refer to the gods sometimes. In many ways, it feels like the game largely pays lip service to religion, rather than it being a true part of the culture and world. Now, after doing the same character 3 fucking times in a row, Bethesda took a break, and instead, in Fallout 4, we are presented with the most watered down version of religion of all, the All Faiths Chapel in Diamond City, which has no mention of any of the religions it supposedly services, and which otherwise seems to exist solely to provide a priest to marry the city's teacher and his robotic aide. Where the lore for their church is that you could go inside and think quietly for a bit. Beyond this, there are fresh burial sites which appear to use crosses as headstones, and there is a single encounter you can find well off the beaten path where someone in a clerical outfit is presiding over an actual burial. But while these suggest that religious faith quietly exists in the minds of many, no one appears to actually teach it. While there are churches dotted around various maps in various Fallout games, these are dungeons full of everything but people of faith, except for storytelling skeletons, of course. In a more grounded world, this nihilistic viewpoint serves well to underscore a sense of lost hope in the world as a whole, and we see this reflected in such scenes as Fallout 2's presentation of the Golgotha graveyard. But in Bethesda's flanderized and goofier versions of Fallout, we get the goofiest and most flanderized versions of religion, where faith itself is either mania made manifest, or just stuck into a blender and served as a flavorless all-faith smoothie. Part of what makes this particularly bad in Bethesda's case is the fact that spirituality is considered fine and dandy, so long as it's related to magic, Lovecraftian content, or tribal faiths. The original notion of religion simply not being very relevant to a post-apocalypse world has been gutted in favor of, yes, gods and higher powers do exist, just not yours. Ironically, it's a connection to the Krivbekna, Fallout 3 stand-in for the Necronomicon, that gives us the most information on real-world religion and its supposed impact on the world, all of which is bound up in Marcella, the Christian missionary from the Abbey of the Road, somewhere to the west of the Commonwealth. Marcella collects religious relics, quotes Bible verses, briefly explains that organized Christianity does still exist, and wants you to destroy the Krivbekna, and that's it. None of this is followed up on in either Fallout 4 or Fallout 76, the latter of which seems to have less interest in religion than any preceding Fallout game, despite being set in an extremely religious region, West Virginia. Instead, we get the Mothman cult, because of course we do. Fallout 4, as mentioned, also features the return of the Cult of Adam, Atom, and they're worse versions of Professor Cornhole and his merry band of dipshits from Fallout 3. In fact, the vast majority of them are hostile by default, and what few that aren't are once again spaced out religious whackjobs who talk like weirdos.
State your purpose, stranger. You walk on Atom's hallowed ground.
Who's Atom?
Atom is all. He is the bringer of light, the great divider. He is the infinite worlds within all of us.
State your purpose or be divided in his sight.
You people live here? This place is a dump.
You are not one of Adam's chosen. Save your judgment for those who care what mortals think.
You're worshipping what? Radiation? You're crazy.
Atom provides for and protects us. If you are unwilling to accept his embrace, then I suggest you leave and never return.
I'll bring this back to Far Harbor in a moment, but I need to talk about one more example. Starfield features the faction of House Varun, where in the base game, they're all hostile to outsiders, and in the Shattered Space DLC, you get to meet and join the apparent true versions of House Varun who aren't hostile, but are similarly a bunch of insane religious whackjobs. I don't say that to be dismissive or derogatory, but for the fact that that's how they're largely presented. Even during the main story of this questline, you aren't exploring their religion with any depth, but instead playing a generic questline that feels like filler. I bring all of this up to make the point that Bethesda, by and large, can only write 3 types of religious characters, and that's the extreme fanatic, the hostile enemy that will attack you on sight for not being a part of their group, and a normal NPC who has little to nothing to say about religion, but are a part of the group anyways, and I just think this is such a waste. If you don't want to put religion into your setting, that's fine. It is a bit strange for some settings to lack it, but I understand not wanting to include it as part of your world. My issue is with the fact that what Bethesda is doing is the most shallow and obnoxious thing they can do. By making the most prominent religious characters in their games a bunch of insane whack jobs, you're not only subjecting your audience to the same obnoxious tropes over and over again, but you're also wasting a really good opportunity to do some serious world building for your setting by treating all religions within the setting as either a joke or irrelevant. It just comes across as a really shallow and bitter mockery of religion as a whole, and it's totally unnecessary. There's no nuance or depth to the Cult of Atom as a faction. They seem like nothing more than a punching bag, a joke to be mocked and ridiculed at every turn. This is why I've always hated them as a faction. Nearly everything to do with them, especially in Fallout 4, all seems like it's built around them being blithering idiots around radiation as a joke, an insanely repetitive, unfunny joke. See, Professor Cornhole stood in irradiated water in Megaton. Look how the dumb, backwards, religious weirdo is slowly killing himself through his stupidity. But it's just the same exact joke over and over and over again, with the addition of making the Cult of Atom look even more deranged. They build their bases over irradiated glowing puddles. They lock an innocent settler in a room with a glowing one to die horribly. They build a town at the detonation site of a dirty nuke. They went after a stockpile of nukes and most of them got killed by ghouls. Isn't it wacky and weird? Now in Far Harbor, we have the most interaction with the Cult of Atom since their introduction, and all of it is just pure unfiltered absurdity. One of their higher ranked members is called High Zealot, and there's a bunch of others who have the title of Zealot, when Zealot is typically used as a derogatory term. Cult of Atom members calling themselves a Zealot and High Zealot would make sense, but only if zealotry is considered to be an actual tenet of the faith. The Confessor in Fallout 3, being pretty much the only guy who explains the faith at all, says it's about the creation of an afterlife through atomic division. They believe that radiation, and more specifically, nuclear detonations, cause literally trillions of new worlds to be created, and that being divided in this fashion makes such worlds out of people. This means Zealot would make no sense as a title even to Cult of Atom adherents. Something implying future division of the person, or multiplication of worlds would fit with the faith, but mere Zealot means nothing. Ironically, this suggests Bethesda either doesn't understand, or doesn't care to understand, the religion they created. Further examples of their absurd stupidity, there's a test of loyalty mentioned earlier, where one member had to kill another member to be let in. One of the quests has you fixing a radiation scrubber that's been modified to instead give you radiation. They light up the entire place by filling bottles, skulls, and light bulbs with glowing irradiated water. One moment in particular I find egregious is in a quest that appears to be mocking Alcoholics Anonymous to a degree. In short, a jet addict had found God in the Cult of Adam, where he started praying to said God, but has refused to eat food or drink anything but, you guessed it, highly irradiated water, until he's given a sign. Possibly worst of all the things this game does with them, you have the option to convince the entire faction to nuke itself. This is seen as the most holy of things to them, because they believe every atom is a universe and to be divided by nuclear radiation is to cause countless universes to be created. This is what I mean when I say it feels like this whole religion was built to be the butt of a very repetitive joke, but worse than that, it is still contradictory. In most circumstances where they exist, they should be dead or ghouls. They're neither. The Confessor stands in radioactive water that will kill you in minutes if you do the same. The Crater Commune in Fallout 4 sits in one of the most irradiated areas of any Fallout game, and it does nothing to them. They don't use anything to keep themselves alive either. No radiation suits, and what Rad-X or Radaway they keep around is negligible given their circumstances. There is nothing whatsoever presented as explaining their survival except raw faith. They bathe themselves in radiation, live in highly irradiated places, will literally fucking nuke themselves for their god, but at the same time, most of them are immune to radiation to justify how they're not all dead, and they call this Adam's blessing. It is the blessing of their god to be immune to the thing they worship, the thing they think brings about creating new universes. Yes, they're not immune to being vaporized by nukes, but they don't worship nukes, they worship radiation. A nuke is a big blast of radiation, which is why they view them as a holy symbol. Being immune to radiation to these people should be the equivalent of being immune to holy water or baptism. This should be like a curse to them, but apparently it isn't. At the same time, every single one of them is a walking miracle, and this is never commented on by anyone. In Megaton, the locals should be in awe, surrounding the Confessor who never melts into goo, and in a world where radiation is both deadly and pervasive, this should be a huge thing. In fact, humans being immune to radiation should be one of the most important discoveries in this world, as it nullifies a massive danger within the world, but I've never seen it commented on in any way that recognizes its importance. Now I'd like to compare this to how it's handled in other games. The obvious example to use would be Joshua Graham from Honest Hearts, and how he quotes scripture at you, and his beliefs being rooted in Mormonism. However, instead I'm going to use Morrowind as my example. Now much of Morrowind's story is rooted in religion. You're fulfilling a prophecy, and declaring yourself to be the reincarnation of one of their most sacred religious figures, and obviously I don't expect anything like that in Fallout, nor do I expect there to be actual blessings you can receive from gods in Fallout. However, it's everything else that's important. The Tribunal Temple has a massive influence over the province of Morrowind, and in particular, the island of Vardenfell. They have their own militant wing in the Buoyant Armigers and the Ordinators, which serve to help keep the monsters of Red Mountain contained, and the Ordinators further serve as guards in some other cities. In particular, Vivek and Mournhold. Further, you can join the temple as they're a full-on faction like the Mages Guild or the Thieves Guild, complete with a quest line, which send you on pilgrimages to holy sites with lore behind them, wrapped in mythology and legend. They have you deal with false prophets claiming to be the Nerevarine. They have you fight their enemies. They have you doing literal charity work, like curing a Daedra worshipper of Blight. They have you delving into some of the most dangerous areas of Red Mountain and collect holy relics, all while presenting them not as a bunch of spaced-out whack jobs, but as normal people who still hold a strong and firm belief in their religion. There are even plenty of religious texts that would exist for such a group. Nearly every non-imperial town and city have a temple in them. The list goes on. Further, when you do announce yourself as a Nerevarine, they will shun you. They will refuse to deal with you. If you're not a member of the temple, they'll be outright hostile, and if you are a member, you can no longer get or finish quests for them. They're said to persecute the dissident priests who are preparing for the Nerevarine. In fact, one of them you deal with in the main story ends up imprisoned in the Ministry of Truth, the giant floating rock above the temple in Vivek, and you've got to help bust her out. Morrowind never treats its religion as a parody or a joke or a punching bag, but as an important, influential, and integral part of the world, and in fact, a core element of the world. Even their most radical members never act like Professor Cornhole or any of the Adam rejects in Far Harbor. Hell, there's even lore behind which factions are the most faithful to the religion and not, with House Drez, Indorel, and Redoran being extremely faithful, and House Halalu essentially paying lip service to the religion. In short, you can't have Morrowind without the Tribunal Temple, because it wouldn't be the same game without it. Now obviously not every game has to go as in-depth as Morrowind, nor does every game need to have as much focus on the world's religions as Morrowind does. However, the portrayal of backwards whack-job cult gets old when it's repeated over and over and over again. I'm not even against lampooning, criticizing, or even mocking religion, nor am I against them having fanatical religious zealots as characters within the world. It's all about balance. The problem here is that the Cult of Adam is built to be a significant group in the world, all the while being portrayed as little more than a bunch of drooling retards. It's just frustrating and disappointing that rather than doing anything interesting with an in-universe religion, we get what amounts to little more than a Redditor's lazy caricature of religion, and as of right now, Bethesda is still writing the same tired old insane religious fanatic trope as of Shattered Space, their latest major project released. With all that out of the way, we now reach what is arguably one of the worst parts of this DLC. I don't know what the developers at Bethesda were thinking when they made this, but it defies all logic and common sense. To access Dima's memory, you have to go through a sequence in what is essentially a virtual reality representation of hacking as locked memories. There are 5 levels, though only the first one of them is required, but the second and third are needed to get the options to destroy the nucleus in Far Harbor. In each level, you need to build a path for the bugs to reach the data you're trying to unlock. You've also got to disable the firewalls protecting the data. Further, the computer's defense system will try to kill the bugs stealing data, so you need to place turrets to kill these floating robot things. This whole entire segment is tedious beyond belief if you're trying to complete the full set, whether you're in it for the lore or for the rewards. Your movement is restricted due to the settlement building system being mandatory for the duration, meaning you can't crouch or sprint. Further, the bugs are slow as well, meaning even after you solve the puzzle, there's a lot of sitting around and doing nothing waiting for the game to progress, while hearing the same dialogue over and over about an intruder in the system, and being reminded every 8.3 seconds that you have 0% of the data acquired. No, seriously, this shit gets obnoxious fast. This is made even worse, by the way, when you have a bug in the game that causes these things to just randomly die for no reason. When I was recording footage for this video, this part in particular was excruciating, and I even tried using cheats to give me more resources, and they were still just dying at complete random. More to the point, however, who the hell thought it was a good idea to put this segment into the game? Now obviously, I believe Fallout should remain an RPG, but this whole entire game is practically built around pushing you to the next combat sequence as fast as possible, to the point that quests will have enemies added to an area for that jolt of combat action in a quest that otherwise wouldn't need it. Yet here we have an exceptionally tedious section with the jank settlement building system that takes goddamn forever to do anything as it is, but further makes you wait for the stupid bugs to retrieve the data. To say this is out of place in this game is an understatement. The puzzles aren't even challenging or interesting, just pointlessly time-consuming. Also, there's a weird problem that arises here with the setup we've got. The 2 easiest memories to access are the ones that contain information on where the nuclear launch key is, and contain information on where he murdered someone to replace them with a synth, whereas the 2 hardest memories, read longest and most tedious to complete, are the ones where you learn that Nick is truly Dima's brother, and that Dima happened to find some marine armor. I realize this is done for gameplay purposes, but it seems a bit absurd that the most dangerous and incriminating evidence is the easiest to access, while the much less important information on his brother and some equipment he doesn't need has the highest level of security. Oh, and since I mentioned marine armor, I'm supposed to mention that there's an issue with the legs where the boots don't appear when wearing them. I was told about 1,000 times to mention it, so here's the mention of that. After a quick visit to the Vim factory where you dig up Captain Avery's skeletal corpse and learn she's been replaced, you have the final piece of information needed to complete the DLC. Yes, we're at the end already. I know I covered 2 big and extensive topics here with the discussions of the synths and religion, and those did draw the length of this whole thing out a bit, but we are already near the end of the story for this DLC after just a couple quests. And I want to run through these quests really quickly to show just how short this is. You have the initial quest that starts the DLC to find Kasumi, which has you arrive in Far Harbor and immediately defend the town. You have the quest where Longfellow walks you to Acadia. The third quest is talking to Dima and Kasumi and learning about Dima's lost memories. The fourth quest is to access those memories in the nucleus. And now we're already at the endgame, where you decide which faction survive or die. Granted, there are some side quests for each faction for you to complete. The fact remains that the main story of this DLC is short, and further, fails to properly build up this conflict between the three factions. We do learn that the Cult of Adam and Far Harbor hate each other and want to wipe each other out, but this is presented as little more than simply telling the audience that the conflict exists, rather than ever actually showing it. Apparently a character saying, "Ugh, I really hate that other faction, we should wipe them out," is enough for some people, when in reality it's the absolute bare minimum required for this story to exist. Upon returning Dima's memories to him, you actually have some choices on how to proceed. I can only assume whoever was responsible for the high crime of putting choices into a Fallout game was summarily executed by Todd Howard himself. You have the choice to destroy or spare all three factions, so let's go through these one by one. For Far Harbor, you can either tell them about Avery being replaced, or you can confront Dima. Telling Far Harbor naturally leads them to revolt and destroy Acadia, and all the synths there. Confronting Dima results in what's possibly the best voice acting in the entire game, as he does sound genuinely upset upon learning that he technically killed two people, as the synth volunteered to replace her was wiped of all memory and personality as well.
I did it. I killed a woman from Far Harbor and replaced her. I stripped a synth's identity from her and made her an agent.
You can have him confess to his crimes or keep his secret. If he confesses, he will be killed no matter what. However, the reaction of the townspeople depends on whether you've helped them with their lame-ass side quests or not. If you haven't helped them, they'll burn Acadia down. If you have helped them, they'll come out in support of whatever position you take, meaning if you tell them to leave Acadia alone, they will. Further, you can destroy Far Harbor by using Dima's secret failsafe code to shut down the fog condensers, resulting in the town being attacked and taken over by the creatures of the island. I don't know why you would need a special code to do this, when you can realistically just damage the power source or the fog condensers themselves, but whatever. For the Children of Adam, you have two options. You could find a nuclear launch key and either activate the nuke yourself, or convince their leader Tectus to activate it, conveniently giving you enough time to escape. Keep in mind, it takes a few speech checks to convince him to go along with this, despite Division being seen as the most holy of things they can do. Keep in mind as well, manually killing them all with no survivors apparently isn't enough. You still need to launch the nuke. Alternatively, Dima will come up with the idea that replacing someone worked once before, so why not do it again? It's pretty jarring that he goes from extremely emotional over learning he killed a human and technically a synth before, only to suggest doing it again moments later, and even being completely fine with it later.
I did it. I killed a woman from Far Harbor and replaced her. I stripped a synth's identity from her and made her an agent.
You're a monster, Dima. You know that?
I can live with that. Can you? I'll handle things from here. I'll arrange talks between the Children of Adam and Far Harbor. They will learn to prosper together, under our guidance.
Ah, yes, he can live with it, despite the memory being so painful to him that he had to remove it the first time. I could accept this if it was presented as him being manipulative, as opposed to just being contradictory. Replacing Tectus raises the same issues as the base game as well. Dima remembers Tectus from when he lived in a nucleus when the Cult of Adam first arrived, and apparently that's just enough to make a convincing replacement for him, which I just don't buy. The thing about people is that they tend to change in many small ways over time. The way they speak, the way they think, the way they act, their mannerisms. While there aren't any massive changes, I'm still not the same person I was 10 years ago due to growing and learning and changing over time. I think differently now than I did back then. I carry myself differently when I walk due to my attitude shifting over the years. Most importantly, however, I know information now that I didn't before. I know people now that I didn't before. With that in mind, how could a replacement of Tectus pass if he's based on outdated information from Dima? What about people who have joined the cult more recently? What about important conversations he's had with his followers, up to and including his most trusted acolytes? The game acts as though you could just program an entire human in a matter of a few hours, as though it would be as simple as putting in a few basic pieces of information, when in reality, there would be countless variables and unforeseen circumstances you can't possibly account for, especially in relation to the knowledge that both Tectus has of his followers, and the knowledge they have about him. The way people act, move, and speak often have subtle nuances to them, and I find it to be beyond reasonable that both such things could be accounted for based purely on memory, and that no one would notice. Worse yet, Synth Tectus isn't a mindless robot, he's a full-on person too. Not being able to remember large chunks of his life in greater detail should be a problem for him, as it should with anyone else. Remember too, the law of memory is visual in nature. It is impossible to input visual memories into a synth when you don't have the base images to work from in the first place. How is Synth Tectus going to walk into the nucleus and see all of his followers in his base for the first time and not have an issue with this? Because from his perspective, this is his home for years and followers he's known for many years as well, and yet he'll be seeing all of them for the first time. That should cause some real dissonance with him, and it just doesn't because it's inconvenient for the story. Also no, I'm not accepting that the Cult of Adam are all insane, and that's why they don't notice any difference and why Synth Tectus himself doesn't realize there's a problem. It is simply beyond the suspension of disbelief that this can work based on the knowledge given and due to simple human nature. Further, I realize he's the leader of this sect of the Cult of Adam, but it is similarly absurd that he could be warmongering against Far Harbor for God knows how long, only to suddenly say that Adam has told him otherwise, and none of his followers have a problem with this very sudden shift. There's a couple final issues to bring up. First of all, the game explains how they've got someone who looks like Tectus by saying they could just perform surgery to change his face. It once again seems beyond reasonable this can just be done on a whim. Yes, I realize you can remodel your face in Diamond City, but I always took that as a convenience for the player being able to change their appearance as opposed to actual lore. Remember that this isn't fully possible in real life, and the results are rarely good. It just comes across as an easy excuse to justify how they were able to find a perfect replacement. They could just make one the very moment they need one. Further, to get rid of the original Tectus, you kill him and bury him in a wall. Good thing no one comes back to this part of the base, but this raises the issue of wouldn't people find it suspicious as fuck that he never left through the only entrance this place has, but then he returns from the outside as if he has left? There should be all sorts of questions of how he got outside. They should not accept this by default. Remember, the door is well guarded. Finally, you can convince him to leave by telling him Dima's plan, but it's an easy charisma check, and if you pass this one singular check, he'll just leave, which is beyond absurd. You cannot tell me that an extreme zealot can be so easily convinced to abandon his life and faith when he's more than willing to kill and die for the same belief. People like this would rather die than abandon their religion. Finally, you have the option to destroy all three factions if you play things right, and you can additionally tell the Brotherhood or the Institute about Acadia, and have it destroyed that way as well. If Kasumi is alive, she will return home, and you can either reinforce her belief that she's a synth, or you could try to convince her that she's human, but she mentions that we'll never truly know, even though there are ways to find out that the game will never acknowledge. Also, I just hate how easy it is to make this question loom over someone's life. Literally just say to them that they might maybe possibly be a synth, and now it's an issue of, we'll never truly know. After hearing people talk about this DLC for years, saying it's a return to form, saying it's more of an RPG than the base game, saying it's the best part of Fallout 4, I can't help but feel a bit disappointed. Far Harbor is more or less what I was expecting, and that's just more of Fallout 4. More nonsense and idiotic writing. More plot holes and contrivances, more broken lore involving synths, and more stupid, obnoxious characters. People like to cite that Far Harbor is a step in the right direction because it has more choice than base game Fallout 4, but that just isn't true. Far Harbor is as much of a step in the right direction as an alcoholic quitting whiskey and swapping to beer is a step in the right direction for getting sober and quitting alcohol. The problem is still there, and the change is insignificant. You can wipe out all three factions in Far Harbor, just like how you can wipe out all the factions in the base game, with the sole exception being the literal failsafe faction. One faction is so worthless it can be wiped out immediately. Even Bethesda felt no need to make any of them essential, just like with the railroad in the base game. The main story contains no significant choices, but the game tries to pretend that you've got a choice that matters, as the life of a synth is in your hands, just like how if you side with the Institute or the railroad, you have to decide the fate of 4 synths. And once again, there's no real exploring the themes stated by the lead writer of the base game. These writers are playing with ideas and concepts that are quite frankly beyond their skill and understanding, opting instead for cheap conflict and drama. Even replacing Tectus with a synth feels like it was done because they didn't include such a thing in the base game, and this was a chance to shove it into the game here. The story flirts with the moral implications of this, but doesn't delve into them, and ultimately it ends up feeling superfluous. Like they did the bare minimum to acknowledge it, rather than actually exploring the morality of it at all. Dima just says he can live with it, and that's basically the end of it. And despite all Far Harbor's attempts at telling some kind of impactful story, this DLC ends with a whimper. It doesn't feel like anything has been accomplished. It just ends and you think to yourself, that's it? Yeah. That's it. Now naturally I can't end coverage of the DLC there, as there are side quests to cover as well, and honestly, they're nothing special, but I'll still go through most of them. There is one important thing to discuss first, however, and that is the claims about a particular quest. Leading up to the creation of this video, I had been told countless times that I need to talk about Vault 118 and the New Vegas mod Autumn Leaves, because apparently Bethesda stole the idea of the mod for this DLC. While I'm no legal expert, I'm very confident in saying that Fallout 4 did not copy or steal Autumn Leaves. This seems to be a case of two things having some superficial elements in common, while the actual substance is completely different. You often see this when two similar things come out relatively close to one another. Back in the day, there were a lot of claims from fans of Star Trek Deep Space Nine and Babylon 5 that the shows were copying each other, when nothing of the sort was actually happening, and the similarities were also either superficial or total coincidence. So does Far Harbor plagiarize Autumn Leaves?
No.
Autumn Leaves and Vault 118 appear similar at a glance, but are totally different. Both take place in a vault, heavily feature robots, and contain a murder mystery. However, the actual substance of both is very different. The robot brains in Vault 118 are real people who had their brains put into robots, and the Mr. Handys are normal robots, whereas the robots of Autumn Leaves are highly advanced AI that are meant to closely resemble humans. In both, the victim, the killer, the murder itself, and the motive are all handled totally differently as well. The victim in Vault 118 isn't who you think it is, due to the killer having swapped his cosmetic item and changing his voice. In Autumn Leaves, you know exactly who the victim is. The cosmetic cowboy badge only comes into play because it's a red herring. There is no swapping of cosmetics, and even the robots being able to change voices doesn't play into the plot, aside from a bit of cringe in the finale, whereas it's a key detail of Vault 118. As for the murder itself, in Autumn Leaves, it was a crime the robot didn't want to commit, but was obligated due to programming. He had given his master a dose of medics to ease his pain, despite the fact that his death had been instant. The murder in Vault 118 has no such elements to it. That brings me to the motive. In Autumn Leaves, the vault was made to protect books, information from the pre-war world to keep it safe and available for future generations. The guy responsible for the vault came to regret certain choices of books to save, books that could be used to help those who seek to wage war on others. So he decided to destroy them, and the killers, having been programmed to protect the books, took it upon themselves to kill their master. In Vault 118, the murder is because one of the residents discovered that the guy funding the vault had been scamming them for a couple hundred years, and he had to kill the one who discovered it. He was then waiting for an opportunity to escape with the vast sum of $500 in worthless pre-war money. Honestly, the strongest evidence of plagiarism between the two is in how excruciatingly fucking boring they both were. Everything else is just superficial similarities. As for Vault 118 itself, many parts of it feel poorly thought out. The investigation isn't that deep, and once again, much of it seems to be done for comedic value rather than any interest in making an actual mystery to be solved. All the former human characters are just rich, out-of-touch, self-important socialites who all think they're just hunkering down in a vault while that whole war thing blows over on the surface, thinking they're going to return to normal life at some point as if nothing has happened. As mentioned, the killer did it to hide the fact he was scamming them all for the cost of the vault, with the intent of escaping with $500, which wouldn't even be a lot of money in Fallout's world. Remember, these were all supposed to be highly wealthy actors and artists and doctors and scientists. Millionaires each and every one of them, and he's running off with his loot of $500. I'm just left disappointed and wondering why we can't get an actual murder mystery that isn't a Joker gimmick. But then, while I'm at it, why can't we get a Fallout game from Bethesda that isn't a joke or a gimmick? Moving on, each of the three factions have their own selection of quests and none of them are good. good. Starting off with Far Harbor itself, there's some general quests to help the residents of Far Harbor in various ways. Blood Tide tells the story of a family that was all but wiped out by the island, with Cassie Dalton telling the story about how the family was killed here. The first stage of this quest has you going out and killing feral ghouls. The second stage has you going to a farm and killing a fog lurker, and the final quest has you going to a lighthouse and killing the local variety of raider known as the Trappers. There's not much more to it than that. Little Bertha sends you to clear out a settlement for people to build up, which has you kill a bunch of feral ghouls. Mitch sends you to get his uncle to leave his home and live in Far Harbor where it's safer. The uncle won't leave initially and you have to help defend his home, after which you need to complete a charisma check to get him to leave. Captain Avery sends you to find a repairman who went missing in the fog. Turns out he's dead. Collect the items and repair the fog condensers up the road. There's a quest to do the Captain's Dance to earn the respect of the Harbormen.
The Captain's Dance. Wow.
This sends you across the map to drop some meat in the water to attract Mirelurk and kill them in small waves until a queen shows up and you kill her.
The Captain's Dance. Wow.
A character that seemingly exists purely to be a witness to this will run back to Far Harbor, and when you return, the town's doctor will announce to everyone that you've done the Captain's Dance.
The Captain's Dance. Wow.
The Captain's Dance. Wow. Look, I'm struggling to find anything to say about these quests because there is so little substance to them. How many times can I say you do nothing but kill generic enemies? Yet it's the only thing I can say because it really is all this game has going for it. Once again, it's an interesting idea and concept that's lazily done. Achieving some feat of strength to earn the respect of the locals? Sounds fun until you realize it's just killing creatures you've killed 100 times in the base game. This leads me to Hull Breach, the 3-part quest which has you completing some simplistic tasks for the Mariner. Part 1 has you retrieve some tools from a dungeon full of ghouls for her. Part 2 has you go to a ship full of enemies and kill them, so the ship can be salvaged to reinforce Far Harbor's defenses. She also tells you that she's dying of an incurable disease. Part 3 has you killing Mirelurk for their shells because they're acid-proof and a good defense against Mirelurk queens who spit acid. Once again, just killing things. Most of these quests are barely worth mentioning, but I have to for the sake of completion, and to show that I am aware of them. Again, I'm fine with the basic concept of earning the trust and respect of the locals, and helping them with problems they face, but when every problem amounts to killing generic enemies you've seen 1,000 times, or the occasional quest where you have to kill a new enemy, or the occasional quest where you have to collect an item from a dungeon with little to no backing, it's just fucking boring. It's little more than the bare minimum context to get you shoot stuff in a game all about shooting stuff. I don't even mind these kinds of quests existing in Fallout, as long as they're interspersed with, God forbid, some quests that have some actual story value, depth, and nuance to them. Here are the stories to each quest, if they even have anything beyond basic justifications, are little more than a wrapper for the content. Cassie Dalton rambling about how the island has taken her family is a little more than a bit of flavor for your generic kill quest, as opposed to any actual story being told. It really feels like Bethesda has forgotten how to tell a story in a video game, and doesn't realize that useless exposition as a bare justification for what you're doing is not storytelling. That may sound harsh, but just look at the quest. She tells you how a family member died, then tells you to go kill a generic creature. Rinse, repeat. You're not learning anything about the world or characters, and you're certainly not learning anything about the island, as what happened to her family is really no different than what happened to your average wastelander. Ghouls, giant mutant creatures, raiders. Been there, done that, seen it. Hell, I think there's even a way you could do a quest about killing a Deathclaw or a ghoul or some other creature we've seen before, and make it more narratively interesting than what we've got here. Bethesda likely doesn't go beyond the bare minimum, because so many people are taken in and pleased by that bare minimum. Why give it your all when giving it your minimum is more than enough? There is one quest here worth singling out and talking about though. One where you kill a creature we've seen before, but is built up to be a significant threat that is causing genuine issues for people. The Mariner tells you about the Red Death, an unknown mutant that lures boats arriving at or leaving Far Harbor to their doom and destruction. It is highly important to the Mariner that you aid her in destroying this horrible deadly mutant once and for all. It is so refreshing to see Bethesda Fallout taking something in the world seriously and not undercutting it with a wacky joke or gimmicky character.
It can't be. That's the Red Death?
Are you sure this is it?
It's got to be the red glowing eyes. I mean, when the fog's thick.
That little fella is deadly in his own fashion. The shoals around here are treacherous. A middling captain with a mite of curiosity would run aground for certain. And this far from shore? That'll end you.
Oh, he's a tiny little mirelurk that glows red. Isn't it so funny this tiny little creature has unintentionally caused untold death and has scared the locals for years? You're legally obligated to laugh at this joke, or Todd Howard will break your legs and feast upon your kidneys. Once again, Bethesda Fallout failing to take itself seriously, all for the sake of a cheap and unfunny joke that only damages the world. This thing has somehow caused boats to crash and sink and go missing, and it's just a comically small mirelurk. The Mariner is disappointed about this, and if you tell everyone the truth, they'll ridicule her for it, as if this thing still wasn't the cause of untold death, and was necessary to remove anyways, even if it wasn't what everyone thought it was. This was also supposed to be her last great adventure since she's dying of some unknown illness. I don't know, man. I'm just so goddamn sick of everything being treated like a fucking joke. There's no sincerity, there's no genuine interest in telling a story. It's all basic bitch kill quests or unfunny jokes. It's also just weird that the people of Far Harbor will laugh at her and ridicule her over this when they had all considered it a major threat, and she decided to do something about it. She can't help that it was a tiny mirelurk. Why would that be on her? You're told that there's a giant sea monster attacking ships. The game builds up this big boss fight, something you don't usually get in these games. It would be kinda interesting. It's just a setup for a super lame unfunny joke where you just pop a tiny mirelurk and head back. No fun boss fight, or even combat, which was what 90% of the game is centered around. The joke isn't funny, and it's terrible storytelling. Just all around a piss take of a quest. Next up, Acadia has only got 4 side quests. Much like most of the Far Harbor side quests, there's very little substance to any of them. Data recovery has you recovering some computer drives from a crashed boat. The Arrival has you searching for a synth escapee who has come to the island for refuge. You get information on where he went, track down his blood trail, and find some trappers who explain that he was attacked by animals and they finished him off to eat him. One will even give you his head. The Price of Memory has you return to the boat from the data recovery quest to unlock a chest with a note in it. This leads you to a terminal telling you that a synth was horribly injured in an accident, giving them no choice but to erase her memories and give her new ones. I suppose there's something of an interesting question of morality here, but as usual, it's not explored with any depth. Finally, there's Hunting the Hunter, which as far as I can tell, has you hunting down an Institute courser who has come to the island in search of escaped synths. I never actually did this quest, because on the save I got most of this footage on, I hadn't progressed the main story. So this was unavailable to me because I hadn't done the courser chip quest, and it didn't seem worth the time to do it, for what is essentially just yet another fucking kill quest. The last selection of quests obviously comes from the Cult of Adam. One has you hunting down a heretic and either killing her, telling her to flee the island, or returning to the cult. Then there's a quest I mentioned previously which focuses on a man fasting and only drinking irradiated water, despite being one of the only people not immune to radiation within the cult. Charisma check to talk him down, or you can dress in cult rags and hood and become heavily irradiated to talk him down. Witch Hunt has you investigating a member of the cult for heresy against the cult or the leader of the cult. She was exchanging secret messages with someone she cared about within the cult, and those messages conveniently tell you where they exchanged their messages, where the key is for that container, and that container conveniently contains a message written horribly implicating her that she wrote to a dead person who would never read it. Bethesda really coming in with the A+++ quality content here. You can tell her to run, keep her secret, or inform the cult leader. The final quest has you grab an item from a dungeon, one you've got to visit anyways to find Avery's skeleton in the main story. The item is the final piece needed to fix the radiation decontamination arches at the entrance to the base. Why would the Cult of Adam want to fix such a thing? Well, because it's been modified to spray irradiated water instead. Again, just utter stupid nonsense. If your intelligence is high enough, you can reverse the alterations, so it will remove radiation as originally intended instead, but this has no real impact on anything. There's also the independent quest, Shipbreaker, but I've more than had my limit of this game at this point, and I'm finally at the end of this mess, and there's no chance in hell this quest will change anything, so I'm not even going to waste the time on it. Ultimately, as I said at the beginning of this section, Far Harbor is Fallout 4 to its core, through and through. I don't see any significant difference between this DLC and the base game. It's got all the same problems as the base game, and I'm genuinely struggling to see how anyone played this and came to the conclusion that Far Harbor was any different than the base game, especially different enough to be praised as Bethesda being on the right track, and this being the best part of the game as a whole. Far Harbor isn't better than Fallout 4. Far Harbor is a mini Fallout 4. Far Harbor fails to properly set up its main conflict, with the game only ever telling you that there's this big conflict between the Cult of Adam and everyone else. It comes across as an insignificant afterthought, despite being the central conflict to the main story of this DLC. The choices are extremely limited for what little choice you do have. There are no real consequences to be explored, with each one being treated as a one and done sort of thing. In conclusion, the DLCs and additional first-party content for Fallout 4 are just as bad, if not worse, than the base game. As much as I hate Far Harbor and the Creation Club, and absolutely despise Nuka-World, I kinda like them for one reason, and that's for how well they represent modern Bethesda. These are the three pillars of modern Bethesda game design: greed, cheap and lazy storytelling with no substance, and wacky nonsense turned up to 11. Creation Club is Bethesda monetizing the thing they should have left alone. The reason their games have such longevity is largely due to mods. In fact, I'd argue that their popularity overall is due largely to the fact their games can be modded. I've had people argue to me that criticizing the stories and mechanics of these games is stupid because they serve as little more than modding platforms. That each of Bethesda's games are just a framework for people to shove 1,000 mods into to custom craft their own experience, and I can't tell you the number of times I've gotten comments to the effect of, "I was going to explain how you're wrong, but then I remembered I modded that part of the game." It really does seem like an issue of Bethesda seeing potential money on the table and not wanting to let it go, despite the fact that games being moddable in the first place was already an insanely huge boon that many other developers likely would have killed for. I seriously doubt that Skyrim would have over 20,000 people playing right now if it wasn't for modding. And what do we get for this barrier being broken and having microtransactions placed into our full-price AAA games? Nothing of any real value. No offense to the modders who made these mods. You get some lore-breaking weapons or immersion-breaking apartments, and Bethesda has to come out and say that not everything in the Creation Club is canon. Once again, I don't think the creators of the game should be ever releasing and selling content that is explicitly or even vaguely considered to be non-canon in what is otherwise a canon entry to the series. That is just such an insane idea to me, that they would sell content within the game itself, but at the same time tell you that it doesn't count and shouldn't be considered as an actual part of the world. I really don't like that official content has to be cut up and parceled out as being canon or non-canon, where before it was simple and straightforward. The base game is canon, the expansions are canon, and the DLCs are canon, or at absolute worst, entirely insignificant to the world or story. Then we have Nuka-World. Hate! Even prior to playing Nuka-World, I'd come to hate it due to what it obviously was on its face. A lazy, uninspired DLC that would have been better served to be almost anything else. After playing it for a second time to get footage for this video, I've come to absolutely despise Nuka-World, and I genuinely think it's the single worst piece of Fallout content outside of the Amazon show. I've criticized at extreme length the absurd, silly bullshit Bethesda puts into each game, and why I think it's such a problem. There's nothing wrong with the occasional joke or moment of levity or lighthearted moment or even Easter egg or pop culture reference. But the problem is that Bethesda seems to have no restraint whatsoever when it comes to this aspect, and wacky goofy nonsense now permeates the entire lore of Fallout to the point it's become extremely damaging. I've long considered the awful writing and retcons to be the most damaging to the lore and world, but I've come to realize that turning everything into a stupid joke has been much more devastating. There are people who fully believe that Fallout is a goofy comedy joke series and has no serious moments or storytelling, that will tell you to go play Stalker or Metro if you want a serious post-nuclear apocalypse game. This is despite, by the way, that Bethesda Fallout frequently has their own deadly serious moments, but at the same time, it's hard to blame certain people for viewing it as nothing more than a joke, when Bethesda themselves by and large treats the entire setting like a stupid joke. We could have had an amusement park DLC that didn't involve involve every aspect of the pre-war world being ridiculously and cartoonishly stupid and evil at every turn. And Nuka-World really is the worst in this regard. It's genuinely difficult to find some aspect of it anywhere that isn't just utter stupid nonsense. To add insult to injury, the jokes aren't even good. It's all basic bitch capitalism bad, corporations and military evil, and average person being stupid and dying horribly due to said corrupt corporations and military. I'm just so fucking tired of this shit. Finally, we have Far Harbor, which really is little more than a miniature version of the base game. Your search for a missing family member results in you getting involved with major factions conflicting with one another, and you're the one person in the world who ultimately decides the fate of these factions. The vast majority of the content are simplistic quests with little substance to them. Go kill this creature, go collect this item, go exterminate every single living thing at this location, with the rare quest that has a bit of choice that the game never expands on, and only gives a bare minimum of acknowledgement that you even made the choice. Much like the base game, the only choice you really get is who you let live or die, which, credit where it's due, you can let all three factions live or die, but it's also shallow and there's no real exploration of ideas or even morality. Exterminating the cult of Adam is near universally treated as though it's a bad thing, despite the fact that they're an extremely radical and hostile cult of insane people who want to wipe everyone else out. They're introduced to you in this DLC by randomly forcing two members of the cult to kill each other, and they're constantly portrayed as being horrible and insane, and the game wants to act like their destruction is anything other than a good thing. But more than anything, it's a conflict without substance. These factions never interact with one another on screen, aside from when Far Harbor decides to massacre Acadia. There is no real exploration of the morality of what Dima is doing, either in terms of luring people to his island and deluding them into thinking they're synths, or with the lengths he's willing to go to protect Acadia, making him a mirror of the Institute and replacing people. Yes, he gets a bit sad over being faced with the memory of killing Captain Avery to replace her with a synth, but aside from deciding to do the same to Tectus, it's largely brushed off and forgotten in short order, with minimal commentary on it. He doesn't even act like it's going to be difficult for him to live with because of the guilt of what he had to do. He just says he can live with it, and that's the end of it. As I said, greed, goofy nonsense, and bad writing with little substance. I really don't know what else I could say about these DLCs at this point. At the end of the day, Fallout 4 is just a bad game through and through. Every opportunity squandered, every character shallow and stupid, every quest simplistic and lacking depth or substance, every choice meaningless. They fail to explore any ideas or characters or themes with any kind of depth, and everything at every level is so shallow and surface level. I think Nick Valentine's companion quest is one of the best representations of just how poorly thought out this game is. Nick is a character that's easy to like due to the fact that he's a good guy and felt somewhat distinct among Bethesda's characters. His backstory isn't completely awful either, but when it comes down to trying to do something with his character, we get a cheaply done revenge story where the vast majority is a pointless scavenger hunt, and the conclusion is killing a guy who's been conveniently locked in a box for 200 years. They did what is possibly the laziest and most boring option available, and didn't even attempt to do anything deeper or more interesting. They didn't do anything that truly advances the character or makes him grow in any way. Now apply this to the entire game, and you've got Fallout 4 as a whole. DLCs are supposed to be an extension of the base game, and these DLCs absolutely hit the mark on that in the worst possible way. Expansions are a chance to expand on the world and characters that either the base game failed to do or was unable to do. There's no way a 6-hour-long DLC would offset the problems of the base game, but they were a chance to start course correcting. Where the base game failed to explore its themes as stated by the lead writer and failed to explore any conflicts in any interesting or meaningful way, these DLCs were an opportunity to really dive into some comparatively bite-sized conflicts of morality and human nature between these factions, up to and including what Dima is potentially doing to these people, and even exploring the idea that it ultimately doesn't matter who is or isn't a synth, because at the end of the day, they're still people like anyone else. Instead, we get a literal theme park shooting gallery, and the most lazy, shallow, and contrived conflict this franchise has seen since base game Fallout 4. Back when I started this analysis series, I had no concept of just how bad this game was. I started making these videos because I saw problems I saw no one else talk about. No one really went in deep on just how bad this game was as I saw it, having only just reached the Institute at the time and still seeing massive problems. As I dug in more and more, I found more and more problems, and this video series turned into an absolute behemoth that I never would have guessed would be this long. And now it's finally over. I can comfortably say that I thoroughly went through Fallout 4 and gave it far more chances than any game deserves, and while I'm sure I haven't found every single issue, as I haven't looked at every single line of dialogue or terminal entry, I'm more than confident in saying that Fallout 4 is a truly awful game, and thank God I never have to touch it again. Thank you very much for watching. If you liked the video, please subscribe and check out my other videos, such as my breakdown of Season 1 of Amazon's Fallout show, my full analysis of Fallout 3 and its DLCs, or my breakdown of Saints Row 2022. I'd like to give an additional thank you to Kelbeck, Thief, and Enclave Emily for all providing substantial contributions to the script, especially Kelbeck, and thank you to Meme Night for providing additional contributions to the script. Once again, thank you all for watching. Now this is an extra little bit I decided to put on the end of the video, and I've got a bunch of things I want to talk about involving the channel, and I'm putting this here in particular because this is something of a milestone for me. I released the first video on this channel 7 years ago. The first part in this analysis series, which I've since unlisted and remade entirely. And I'll talk about that more in a bit, but first and foremost, more than anything, I want to say thank you to everyone who has ever supported the channel. From those of you who have been here since the beginning, to those of you who have supported in the past but left for one reason or another, to those of you who have subscribed yesterday or even today, and even to those of you out there who have never even seen my channel yet, but may subscribe in the future, thank you. Making a YouTube channel and making videos has legitimately been a life-changing experience for me, and all the support I've gotten over the years truly does mean a lot to me. Now I want to talk about the future of the channel, because this is the part that most people still listening would be interested in, and also it should be obvious that I can't cover Fallout in the way I have forever. There is a limited amount of content to cover, or that I'm interested in covering. I've had many people refer to my channel as a Fallout channel, or a Bethesda-focused channel. I've even had Infamous Cuck Never Knows Best refer to me as a self-styled Bethesda expert, despite the fact I've never made such a claim about myself. But I've never considered this channel to be Fallout or even Bethesda focused. By happenstance, I have largely covered Fallout, but that's never been my intent, and the fact of the matter is that I do need to expand on the kinds of content I cover on my channel to keep it growing and sustainable into the future. The plans for my next videos, as it stands now, and could change due to any number of reasons, is to focus on the Starfield video until Season 2 of Fallout comes out. I know by and large large, no one cares about Starfield, and realistically, any market for an in-depth analysis of Starfield set sail a long time ago at this point, but it's still something I'm interested in covering, as it is Bethesda's latest game, which I think speaks to what their next games will look like, so I think it's worth covering, and also, I just want to do it, even if that video isn't successful. It's also a matter of the sunken cost fallacy. I've had over 32,000 words written into that script, most of which cover the main story alone, since before the first season of the Fallout show. For a point of reference, this video you're watching right now is nearly 44,000 words total. I've done significant work on that video, and I fully intend to complete it. But as I said, Season 2 of Fallout takes priority. I don't expect to get Starfield done before December 17th, so I'll once again be pausing work on Starfield when that time comes. Once I'm fully done covering Season 2 as I plan, then I'll return to work on the Starfield analysis. As mentioned, Fallout Season 2 is going to be my priority for what is likely to be several months starting mid-December. I have no idea how things will play out during this time, but I intend to cover it in the exact same way as I did last time. That is to say, covering pre-release material, and making more prediction videos if necessary, doing episode-by-episode reactions, which should hopefully be easier with weekly releases this time around, maybe a video talking about the worst retcons of Season 2, and finally a full analysis breaking the whole thing down from start to finish. After that, as I mentioned, it's back to Starfield until that video is finally completed. These two projects will likely take up a vast majority of 2026 for me, and I'll likely try to work on some smaller videos as well in between. I am looking to do more shorter to mid-sized videos, by which I mean 10 minutes to an hour or hour and a half. Part of this year has been experimenting with this to mixed success. It's something I want to continue doing, as I do think it will help the channel, and there are just a lot of things I'd like to talk about that don't require videos that are 7 hours long. There will also be a few mid to large sized projects I plan on working on the side, videos covering movies, shows, and games as in-depth as I feel. I don't want to announce any of these yet because I don't know if I'll actually be able to get to all of them. I don't want to start building interest in something that may never get completed. The one exception I'll make is for BioShock Infinite, a game I despise greatly and have long wanted to make a video on. This is a video that's been on my personal hit list for a long time, and I fully intend to do it when I can find the time to do so, but that's still a ways out. Now I know some people are going to be a bit disappointed that a certain video series hasn't been mentioned yet, and I am truly sorry for that. I assure you, I have not forgotten about the Skyrim analysis, and I do fully intend on completing this as well. As long as nothing big comes up, this will likely be my big project after Starfield, but there's no telling when I'll be able to properly work on it again. On that note, there is something I wanted to address, and that's my own irritation and lack of patience with people asking about this series. I addressed this several months ago on a gaming stream, but not many people watch those, so I wanted to say this here. I've gotten a lot of questions about where's part 2 and when am I going to work on it again, and in the past I've gotten frustrated with people repeatedly asking me this, and I've asked people to stop asking. I realize that was wrong of me to do. Ultimately, people are asking because they're interested in what I've got to say, and more importantly, they're asking because I created the expectation in the first place. It's entirely on me for doing so. I'm sorry for my attitude in the past when people have asked about this analysis series. If anything, I should be appreciative that people are interested in my opinions and analysis on things, especially for things I've started covering and haven't finished, which is also part of the reason I prioritize remaking and finishing my Fallout 3 analysis, and finishing this Fallout 4 analysis of this year. I don't want to start an analysis series and leave it hanging again, and I intend to change the way I make videos to prevent this from happening again. This is part of the reason why the Fallout 3 analysis is one big video, and it's why Starfield will either be one big video as well, or if necessary, split between two videos that are released within a week or two of each other. Moving along, people have also been asking about my stream/podcast Stag. Some tangents are guaranteed. As of right now, it remains in limbo, but I have been thinking and talking with people about getting back to it in some form, though it may not be entirely the same as before. While I did enjoy covering videos, Stag quickly became something that felt obligatory to do, where oftentimes we were picking a video just to have something to cover, rather than for any actual want to cover something. Similarly, we often picked the video we'd cover shortly before we'd go live. I really don't want to get into that kind of situation again, where we're doing something because it's expected, but not having any passion for it. I'm considering reformatting the podcast to be a bit more flexible, where we can cover videos like that if we've got something we genuinely want to talk about, or alternatively, just have a panel discussion talking about recent events in pop culture, and just kinda shooting the shit with friends and guests, kinda like Friday Night Tights or Flashcast or other shows like that on YouTube. Also, while I'm at it, I might as well mention that I do gaming streams on my side channel, Creetosis Streams. I know the VTuber thing is off-putting to a bunch of people, but I do enjoy it, and it's a nice way to have a visual reaction to stuff without having to give up my anonymity. Now, as I said at the start of this section, completing this series is a milestone for me, and that doing YouTube has been life-changing for me. I wanted to talk about that a bit more. This is purely personal stuff now, largely about why I came to make this channel and why making these videos means a lot to me. Fallout 4 released on November 10th, 2015, yesterday at the time of this video going live, which was the 10th anniversary of the game's release. By this point, my trust of Bethesda to deliver quality games was fading. I hadn't quite come around to disliking Fallout 3 yet, but I had long since felt that something was off with Bethesda's games. I remember seeing the Skyrim trailer for the first time and hearing the Morrowind music incorporated into the soundtrack, and thinking it was going to be a return to form for Bethesda. I remember the distinct feeling as if the wool had been pulled over my eyes many hours into Skyrim, and finally coming to accept that the game was disappointing and shallow. So by the release of Fallout 4, I was quite wary and knew better than to get my hopes up too much. I still booked a couple days off work and went to my first and last midnight release of a game. When I finally got to play it, I did enjoy it at first, kinda. Yeah, I was seeing some problems that irritated me, but still managed to enjoy it to some degree, putting in quite a few hours. I can't remember how many hours I had when I dropped it, and it's impossible to tell now due to just how much of the game I've played for this analysis series, but it was between 100 and 200 hours, I think. I do random dungeons that looked interesting, some side quests here and there, settlement building, running around with companions, anything to try and get some enjoyment out of the game. But as I kept playing, I just kept seeing things that would irritate me or I'd find a bit off-putting. Mechanics and systems being more shallow than I thought, some weird and bad design choices, writing decisions that I couldn't ignore. I remember building walls all around Sanctuary to keep out attackers, only to find out that doing so was completely pointless and didn't actually do anything. Honestly, I should have known better. Building walls to defend your settlement? What do you think this is, a game with effort put into it? The breaking point really was arriving at the Institute for the first time and finding your character's lost child, only for that child to turn out to be a robot, and the leader of the Institute, this old man named Father, revealing himself to be your son. It was the most obvious, lame, and boring twist they could have done, so of course that's what they went with. I'll be honest, I don't even remember what I did after that point. It's a complete blank spot in my memory. I vaguely remember playing a couple times after that, messing around in the wasteland, but I had lost any desire to ever play the game again, and I had more or less dropped it. Keep in mind, the game had been out for a couple months by this point. We hadn't received the DLCs yet at that point, so it was fairly early into Fallout 4's lifespan where I dropped it. But naturally, that wasn't the end. I kinda stewed on this game for a while, being frustrated by the problems it had. It was in around this time that I discovered more long-form videos criticizing games and movies and so forth. I remember finding Mr. Plinkett, and these kinds of videos became one of the things I'd often watch on YouTube on weekends or after work, usually on the side while I played some game or practiced 3D modeling in Blender or some such. Eventually, I discovered a YouTuber by the name of Mr. Caption, and I loved his videos breaking down these games. I'd found other videos talking about how bad Fallout 4 was, of course, but Mr. Caption had become a personal favorite. When he came out with his 3-hour No Tods No Masters video, I saw it as easily the best critique of Fallout 4 to date, and watched it numerous times. But as much as I'd watched these videos from Caption and from other people, it always stuck out to me that while they hit on a lot of the problems the game had, they never mentioned some of the things I had seen and had a problem with. Things I found particularly egregious. I'd always felt that there were things that someone needed to say about this game that I hadn't seen anyone say. Again, a breaking point came. In fact, there was a combination of things. I don't know when, but in late 2017 or early 2018, Mr. Caption had deleted his channel, and with this, his epic 3-hour Fallout 4 takedown video was gone, along with the rest of his videos. I found this quite disappointing because he was very talented at what he did, and I felt his No Tods No Masters video was important so far as standing to rightfully tear Fallout 4 down, as a piece of garbage that it is. I was also unemployed at the time. as a coworker who had been harassing me managed to get me fired from my job in August of 2017, and I was unable to find work at the time. Finally, I had stumbled across another YouTuber by complete chance, who also made long criticism videos. Very long criticism videos, in fact. He had released a 3-part series criticizing the latest Star Wars movie in late January of 2018. Some of you may have heard of him. The combined inspiration of Plinkett, Mauler, Mr. Caption, and other YouTubers, combined with the loss of Mr. Caption himself, motivated me to make my own video on Fallout 4. Now, I had tried doing YouTube before to no success, and I felt this was going to be much the same case. My video would only get a few hundred views at most, and the channel would never reach 1,000 subscribers. But I honestly didn't care. I had things to say about this game, and I was going to say them whether anyone listened to me or not. In fact, that was the original plan. There's no way the channel is going to take off in any meaningful way, so I was only going to do the Fallout 4 video, and a video on one other game, Starbound, then dip, say what I had to say, then abandon the channel. Naturally, the task before me got out of control rather quickly. I had no idea what I was signing myself up for, nor how deep the problems went. Just a whole section leading up to entering the Institute turned into a video that was 2 hours long. Those problems running far deeper than I imagined, combined with a general lack of skill in scripting and critical analysis deeper than the odd comment about something being dumb, I was completely in over my head. Honestly, much of that process making that first video is a blur in my mind. I did eventually get another job partway through 2018, and making the video wasn't my top priority, but I eventually finished it. Kinda. I'd eventually realized this was a much bigger project than I anticipated, but intended to follow through on it anyways. I started thinking up names for the channel, and eventually decided on some random fucking gibberish that popped into my head one day at work. I wanted something unique, something that would be easy to find to search for, rather than using an existing word or combination of existing words. So on October 10th, 2017, I made the Creetosis YouTube channel, and just a few days later on October 13th, I uploaded part 1 of the Fallout 4 analysis. While I was at it, I did try to do a couple shorter videos focusing on current news and gaming, but I realized I'd always be behind the 8 ball on such topics, because by the time I was able to script, record, and edit such videos, there would already be 100 other videos covering the same subject hours before my own. I quickly decided to not waste the time making such videos. Now, I still didn't expect the channel to go far, but I thought I'd still make videos about things here and there that I felt like talking about. I did a review of Fallout 76 on its release, did a joke video about how bad the final season of Game of Thrones was, but I wasn't taking this whole YouTube thing too seriously. Now, this next part is really going to come across as a backhanded thank you, and to be fair, that's largely because it is, but I do also have some genuine gratitude as well. I would like to thank Many a True Nerd for his awful Fallout 3 defense video, because I feel in large part it's this video that changed my attitude on doing YouTube, and taking it at least a bit more seriously. I was browsing videos one day bored and looking for something to listen to while I played games, and a little video called Fallout 3 is Better Than You Think popped into my recommended videos. Now, having seen Mr. Caption's video on Fallout 3, I was interested in hearing the opposing take. Maybe there was something Caption had missed. Maybe there were things I was unaware of. Maybe there was more to it than I gave it credit for. So I threw it on and listened as I played some games, genuinely interested in a different perspective, and by the time I reached the infamous mole rat argument, I had to turn it off. In fact, it was almost kind of jarring at just how awful and nonsensical the video was. Much like Fallout 4, of which I was still working on the multi-part analysis for, and had just released the second part in June of 2019, some of the comments John had made irritated me for just how bad they were, and I eventually decided to do a video response. Now again, I was still new to YouTube at the time and my arguments weren't the best, but I did the response broken into 2 parts, the first part being 2 hours and released in July of 2019, and even getting a response from John on Reddit, and doing a response to that, and releasing part 2 at the end of October of 2019, and eventually combining both parts into a 6.5 hour long video, released in April of 2020. Now, I had received a lot of criticism for this video, both genuine criticism for things I could improve on, and the expected complaints from people who just want to defend their sacred cow. But these videos were some of my most successful on the channel at the time, and having gained 500 total subscribers, I had changed my perspective and started treating YouTube more seriously. Again, I still don't know if it would go anywhere, but I enjoyed what I was doing. eventually releasing Part 3 of the Fallout 4 analysis in July of 2020, and Part 1 of my Fallout 3 analysis in September of 2020, and my analysis of Amnesia Rebirth in December of 2020. Now, it was in late 2020 that Many a True Nerd had done a similar video for Fallout 4 as his Fallout 3 video, and I knew I had to tackle that, but Amnesia was so bad that I had put responding to him on hold to do that video first. It was also around this time that my 6.5 hour response hit the algorithm and got a ton of views, reaching over 175,000 views by the time I eventually made it private. The reason I did so was because I decided to remake it from the ground up, resulting in my longest single video to date, at 8 hours and 15 minutes. I had done this largely to address some criticisms, and to improve my arguments and better tackle the problems I found in John's video. I felt I had learned quite a bit by that point, and felt the remake was necessary to get my point across, and I released that remake on August 5th of 2021. It was mere days later I started my podcast with some friends, initially with no name, then named Suffering Through Awful Garbage, and finally renamed to Some Tangents Are Guaranteed. In around this point, I had over 8,000 subscribers. Now, I kept making videos and constantly strived to improve my content, making the admittedly rushed Part 1 of the Skyrim analysis series, released on November 11th of 2021. On January 1st of 2023, I released the initial version of my Saints Row 2022 breakdown, which was my most successful video to date until it got demonetized. I fixed the issue and re-uploaded the current version months later. Also in 2023, I made a quick and admittedly flawed video talking about and comparing the opening scenes of Cowboy Bebop the movie to the Netflix show. And importantly, at least to me, I had remade parts 1, 2, and 3 of the Fallout 4 analysis, and completed part 4 of the analysis, completing coverage of the base game and videos with a combined runtime of about 14 hours. In October of 2023, I became a VTuber, because I enjoyed doing gaming streams, and I wanted to have some visual to represent my reactions and expressions when playing games, and released 2 videos talking about Fallout 4's writer, ML Pagliarillo. The first of which was just an hour-long segment clipped from Part 2 of the Fallout 4 analysis, and the second was a general criticism of his writing over the years, and as a result of his infamous Nate the Rake tweets. Now, growth had been a bit slow, and I was a bit disappointed by this, but the second of these 2 videos took off and was wildly successful. One of the most successful videos on the channel as a whole. While I'd been stagnating at around 18,000 subscribers, I was suddenly getting hundreds daily. I hadn't seen anything like it before or since. Now at this point, I've doubled my subscriber count from that 18,000 back in December of 2023, less than 2 years ago. Regardless, seeing this video take off and the massive boost it gave the channel kinda renewed my ambitions for the channel. Where I had been feeling disappointed that things weren't going quite as well as I'd like, and with lawsuits from a fat, mentally unwell retard looming over my head, I was getting a bit depressed about things. The sudden influx again changed my perspective. I'd gotten over 6,000 subscribers in the span of a little over 2 months. My mind was blown. Moreover, I had more than broken 30,000 by the end of 2024. This was some much needed rejuvenation that reaffirmed to me that I can make something out of this channel as long as I keep working at it, and constantly trying to improve. It was a short time after that ML video that infamous and pathetic cuck Never Knows Best made his gay-ass hit piece on myself, Patrician TV, and others, and I had gotten invited on the EFAP for the first time. Something I never would have imagined would happen. This was an absolutely unbelievable experience for me. I'd been listening to them since episode 2, and all of a sudden I was invited on their show. Even more than a year and a half later, it still feels unreal. Then of course there was a Starfield review, the Fallout show, the videos I've done this year including remaking and completing my Fallout 3 analysis, and now finally completing the Fallout 4 analysis, the series I started this whole channel with, 7 years later. When I started writing this, I wasn't intending to go through the entire history of the channel, but there was a point I reached where it only made sense to cover everything. It has been a wild ride, with its ups and its downs, but the ups have been so good. I've gotten to meet and become friends with so many cool people, including Mama Akko, Wolfie, and my Jew manager Raging Bull, who gets pissed at me whenever I waste my money on Lego.
Kree, I am going to fucking kill you. Cease your Lego addiction!
None of which I'd know if it wasn't for this YouTube channel. Same goes for so many other people. Too many to list. People I've become friends with, people I've been on streams with, and members of the community who relentlessly bully me. And honestly, I really wouldn't have it any other way. And I do mean it when I say it too. This really has been life-changing for me in so many ways. I've learned and grown so much that I'm a completely different person now than I was 10 years ago, or even 5 years ago. Once again, thank you to everyone who has ever supported the channel. The future is bright, and the best is yet to come.